Alrighty. Greetings, everyone. Coin here. Or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three names. They all work. They're all fine. Welcome back to another episode of Grim Dawn. I think I'm off slightly to the left here. Welcome back to another episode of Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries. Last time, we went through and explored Morton's Claim, Griver's Mill, Blood Grove. We started sincerely helping the Legion in earnest. We also had a chance to go through Sorrow's Bastion, and talk to Father Kaiman and, I think his name is Brother Alluvius, and some others, and get get the process rolling for establishing Kaiman's Chosen as the dominant faction here in Cairn. I did realize I had to go back and grind up to the point of where we were before. I don't think we killed Zaria before. I unfortunately had to kill her off screen. I do apologize about that. We do have her journal page, and because of all the killing I had to do, we also had this blueprint, which I am totally going to learn right now. Without further ado, let's get started. Like I had mentioned in the chat, I'm going to try a approach to the chats as far as pre-stream is concerned. I'm basically going to try to type in them for like 5 minutes. It's essentially me just not walking away from the keyboard as the stream is rolling up. I'm trying to be more active in streams and in chat, so that's going to be how I do it. As you can see, I already had to grind up to the village of Darkvale, and there isn't really a rift out here, which is why we had to grind it all up all over again. Let's read this page before we move on. I've been informed by the messenger of the Blood Lord that the preparations for the resurrection at the necropolis have begun. Our time to seize the town is now. The sheriff and his peacekeepers will be dealt with first. With them gone, the remaining civilians will fall in line with our doctrines or be harvested for the ritual. I have already dispatched my loyal Bloodsworn to barricade the Darkvale gates, trapping the refugees inside. They will all feel the ritual in due time. Once news of this reaches the Black Legion, we will have to be prepared for a counter-assault. I will personally see to converting the frightened and misguided who remain in Darkvale. If they will not join our cause, then they can dance at the end of a rope and be drained as encouragement to those who have yet to choose. They must all learn that there is no place safer than under the guidance of the Blood Lord. They must come to understand that there is no peace to be found in the lands to the south. Only in the warm embrace of Chthon will we truly be where we belong. Zaria the Carver, which I believe we have her first page. Nope, that is Trevor. Yep, she became an apothecary, and then she reverted back to her former identity, that of the Carver. Before we continue onward, we have a quest to turn in. We need to go back to Homestead. Also, I apologize if there's any sort of latency or, lagginess to today's stream. It is currently storming outside, and I can't imagine this does too well for YouTube servers or anything like that. So, please bear with the system as it adapts to and gets used to dealing with the rain. There will be some byproducts of that. Are we ready to dig out that entry yet? Nope, we don't have that entry. Do we already have all 10? I think we might. No, we don't. We're missing 2 of them. Alright. Up here with Sergeant Serev, we had to go look for lumber for the Legion. Any luck with the lumber mill? It's cleared. I'll have been sent over there immediately so it stays that way. A job well done. Thank you. That helps us with the Black Legion. We're friendly with them, but we don't have anything... We're not quite ready to... We're not quite ready to utilize some of their augments yet. We need to be respected first. Not just friendly. Now that we've done this, we have 3 quests. One will take us across the Astrakarn, Astrakarn Road and the valley. Presumably these would be the Astrakarn Mountains. And we'll have one more place to go through before we get to the Fort Ikon. But we have the rune sword. Wow, I cannot talk. Okay, Coin. Take a deep breath. We need to find the runed stone of Magdrogen. Their spirit and an ancient heart. We have the heart. We're missing everything else, which I assume we'll find somewhere in the Astrakarn Road and or Valley. That's the hope anyway. What we're gonna do now is quickly break down our stuff, which we can only do at Devil's Crossing. We can store everything and smith whatever we need anywhere, but we're only going to be able to find places to break down gear, or we're only going to be able to break down gear at Devil's Crossing. I didn't even take a good look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, I've already bought too much dynamite, but that's fine.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, this is just for the little bit of killing that we had to do. Eventually we won't need loot at all. We'll be able to... Well, I should say no loot at all, but we'll only turn off anything that is not what I wanted to do. Yeah, we'll only be able... We will only need to look at interesting, rare, and legend or epic, or wow, legendary and epic gear. Holy macaroni, that was entirely too much time spent trying to use one's words. Brain fog's beginning worse as of late. Means I've gained weight. Well, that would be the most likely answer anyway. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, I counted correctly. Seems like since I'm the STEM major, the first thing to go are my words. The process of going through numbers is still something I can pretty routinely do if it's math I understand. Alright, we're going to dismantle these for parts. And I asked this in chat, but it's worth asking in person. You know, how are you guys doing? Also, we're a little bit too loud. I have about 4 decibels of volume that I'm accounting for when it comes to the capture card and stuff. So I apologize if the game was a little bit loud to start. I wanted to find a way to find some kind of balance between the game music being nice and loud and blasting everything in my ears. Ugh, the bleeding resistance. Yeah, I know, the bleeding resistance is awful. Also, welcome, I'm the winner. Welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, I did, however, put augments to account for just about all the other resistances. I know, we're fighting Chthonians, and that means the bleeding resistance is going to be entirely too low, but I'm kind of at a standstill otherwise. Unless I just replace all components and all augments with defensive gear, and that's going to drop our damage entirely too much. At least that's going to be my thought process for it. Yeah, oh, we did kill her already. Cool. DOM got updated to 1.40b. Did it really get an update? Hold on. I need to see this for myself. Not that I don't believe you. I just need to see it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right. It's here because it's in my game feed. This is where I get the mods, by the way, for those who don't know. When did this update happen? It looked like it okay, it updated 2 days ago. Good to know. We are not on version 1.40b. We're going to fix that in a moment, in a hot moment. It messed up my Demon Hunter character because one of her abilities disappeared. Good to know. Something we'll have to investigate once we do once we do go through with the update. Might put us on the be right back screen while I do that. I don't want sensitive information to be displayed on screen, but that's good. Thank you for telling me that. I think we've just gone so long without a DOM update. I kind of just assumed the mod was in a relatively stable place, but that's on me for not paying attention. You're correct. I sold the note because we already have the note. We killed Zarya last time, and the note was in the bank, so when I got... What about the experience? Let me try to fix this through the codex. We already have her entry here in the, I messed up. We killed... Okay, we appear to be back. Yeah, the fabrics in the stash. Oh yeah, this stash has a ton of items that we can't really make use of. 4 fabrics, leaf mane horn. There are a couple of others in here. And insignia. I just happened to get some spare, and I didn't know what to do with it. So we just put it in the bank. I thought you could Granny on the right of your character. Yep, we already did that. We wouldn't have the tapestries here otherwise. We've done a lot of stuff already. They really were just spare fabrics. Are you trying to tell me you can turn it in again or something? I'll try, but I don't think you can. Nope, I don't even get a prompt for it. Yep, they go in the bank. I thought you could perhaps put these in the, like, what am I trying to say? Words coin. The communal stash. The one that all your characters have access to. But, you can't do that. Nah, it's for harder difficulty. 3 per difficulty makes sense. Still not sure we're going to be doing higher difficulties quite yet. Because... for those who maybe don't know, and perhaps you might be part of that number, we do have another project on YouTube I would like to get to eventually, and that's going to be the Elix series. I had started like a edited long form version that I ended up having to scrap for reasons that are related to my college education. And I just kind of didn't have any time for it. So I'm hoping to bring that series back as part of a live stream. So I'm not sure about replaying Grim Dawn 2 times over. Are there new things that are exclusive to the higher difficulties? If so, then I will totally replay it 2 times. Not a problem. But if all that happens is a change in resistances each time, or, you know, like, enemies generally get harder, maybe not. I'm unsure right now. Let's get the next rift, and then we'll see about, throwing together that update. There are only on Ultimate, though. Okay, so it is worth playing through it twice, or 3 times. Good to know. I'm glad you said that. Okay, we're here at Darkvale Gate. That's good. We're going to need this rift. So now what we're going to do is quit to desktop and go grab that update, because I'm sure a lot has changed. This is going to be the manual download here. Ah, yes. Time for the be right back screen. I'm still here. It's just I don't want sensitive material being displayed on the screen. Is it mainly just extra dungeons open up? Is it extra quests? I'm just generally curious. Where's this? YouTube, right here. And in the meantime, while I wait, I want to remind folks that there will be a process eventually in place for folks on YouTube to join the Discord. We do have a Discord. I'm just not a partner on YouTube, so there aren't really easy ways for me to set it up. I believe there is a link in the link tree for that sort of thing. I'm trying to get the process worked out for YouTube. If people are interested, you can absolutely just talk to me, and we'll figure something out. It's just that the Discord's a little bit pay-gated, slightly pay-gated, because it's meant to be a patron or a Twitch sub benefit. If you have a Twitch sub account, I could totally fix that. That's pretty easy. For other stuff, we'll have to work something out. I'm wanting to extract these files. I don't want to extract them here. I want to copy this and go over to the Steam folder, wherever that is. I know, great start to today's stream. Sincerely, I do want to thank you, I'm the winner, for mentioning that. Do you generally keep your ear to the ground for Dawn of Masteries updates, or did you just happen to stumble upon this? I don't care, I'm just curious. Common. Is it... Oh, do I have to review the instructions again? I hope not. You keep your eyes on the mod. Gotcha. Reach down here. Uh-oh. From time to time. Yeah, I was about to say, usually my eyes are peeled on like Skyrim and Fallout material. I hope I did not forget the instructions for this. It should just be a simple extract items. Like extract the folder. Okay, yeah, you do just pack it out here. That's what I thought. Paste. Extract here. I highly recommend 7-zip. 7-zip makes things much, much easier for... Yes, I want to replace all. We should be back online in just a moment. I figure we'd rather do this now rather than later. And go a whole update without actually playing anything. Now, let's test and make sure this actually works. Gotta make sure Steam hasn't screwed something up. We should be good to put things back on screen now. So he says. Yes, Steam, I would like you to update, please. Yeah, this is my audio mixer. While we're waiting, this is what I use to mix audio and stuff with. It is not an easy bit of software to work with. Also, my computer appears to be having some problems. Uh-oh. One moment. I appear to have some issues with voice meter. So, while we wait for voice meter and or whatever my computer is doing to figure itself out, how is everyone else's day? It's over here in the southeast corner of the US. It's pretty stormy, which means there could be dropped frames at any time, or there even could be cuts in power. Currently, I think there's supposed to be some kind of tornadic front moving through. That doesn't mean there is a tornado in the southeastern US, just that the storm front has the capacity to produce tornadoes, just hot in general. Yeah, it is starting to warm up, ain't it? What the... Okay, computer. What the heck? I'm gonna have to do the task manager again. I'm gonna go mute for a second while I turn off all these apps. Give me just a moment. Okay, I think I'm coming through again now. Just good. My apologies for any sort of alarms that were going on. I have to remember to silence Steam at some point. Yeah, it is hot. All right. We should be ready to put the live screen back on. Yeah, great stream. But we at least have the rift. Now we're going to find out what the heck disappeared. We're going to find what the heck changed. This could be something of a wild ride. So far, so good. Okay, the UI got a change. Good, good. I'm not sure if I like or dislike it yet. Wow. Same space, same storage. Did any of our items change? Let's just give a quick look. No, everything looks intact. Interesting. Alright, now let's take a look through the blacksmith. That blacksmith and like other items. That also seems to be a likely place stuff has changed, or might have changed. You said that when you put in an update, your demon hunter character got messed up because one of the abilities disappeared. Skill points? Good question. Skill points look the same. I have all my skills. I don't have anything with a higher or lower number than expected. Not even in Elementalist. Weird. And I know we're running the new version because the UI is different. That's really weird. If it's just the UI. Oh, okay. There's a button missing. I wonder if stuff installed correctly. Or maybe it's just not quite there. That's... I assume that when you went in and updated this button was not missing.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. Right, I suppose the other thing to check for is, like, skill arrangement. But none of the skills look like they've changed in arrangement in either class. Next check, I suppose, would be the individual blacksmiths. See if there were any new fixes there. I know one of the ones that I probably would complain about is Zenith missing its blacksmith, unless it never had one to start with.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Nope, Zenith is still in the same place. Huh, maybe the edits were very specific. Because if we look through these tokens and these blacksmith vendors, you could check the forum for details. Let's do that. I checked, usually skills, and they added some items. Good idea. So for 1.4, we want to go for an hour ago. Not adding a map. Grim League Season 4 with more masteries. Right, makes sense. Bug fixes, get the same by downloading. Right. Updated script file. Just kind of taking a moment to really read this. Grimmerliant updated to version 86A. Makes sense. Sounds like mainly it's bug fixes. And you know, if skills disappeared, that means there might have been a bug which caused the skill to disappear. That's interesting. The only way to find out if it affected more than just, you know, the UI's appearance or anything is to, I don't know, attempt to play the game and see if anything shows up.
Looking for a new you? Perfectly safe.
I can't tell. I don't know. Does the UI look like this for you? I'm the winner. Because if it doesn't look like this, that means something went wrong in the installation process. What about this UI?
Take a look, shall we?
This I almost, yeah, it has holes in it now. Okay.
For now.
Good. I'm glad that at least lines up. I would be really worried if it didn't. Well, as interesting as this little derision has been, we should get back to it. Our goal here inside the Dark Veil Gate is to slay Karroz, Sigil of Ch'thon. Speaking of the word sigil, I heard it called sigil the other day, and I couldn't help but retch a little hearing that. Has this person ever played an RPG before, or literally read any high fantasy book? It's definitely sigil. I mean, English is a constantly evolving language, so I'm not trying to, like, mock them or anything. Just that sigil sounds wrong. And I'm fairly sure I remember growing up being taught that it's definitely sigil. But that's about the only piece of interesting news I have. In terms of recent events, I will mention that my birthday will be coming up. I'll be turning 31 in about 24 hours. Happy times. I'll be going out to dinner with friends and family, and that'll be about the extent of my birthdays. My birthdays have been quiet for probably the last four-ish years. Okay, we're gonna get out of there before things get worse. Blue merit. Probably not. Blue merit. Sounds like I need to take a trip back to, Devil's Crossing or something to look at that. Aren't the blue merits for, like, alt characters or something? Well, now would actually be a good time to look at that. Yeah, you could purchase merits and stuff, for those who don't know, from, you could buy them and unlock stuff.
Come see see what's left of my wares.
How have I not... Have I just not... Wow. Let's... Okay, they apparently started honored. Let's do that.
Put it to good use.
This faction already had a mandate applied. Okay, first one. First page.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh, these merits, not those merits. No, I kind of figured we should experience the game at its native difficulty first. This basically just jump-starts ultimate difficulty, doesn't it? If I apply this now, we would essentially have to re-gear again. I'll go ahead and buy them. That doesn't mean we have to use them. We'll put them in storage. We're gonna put these at the bottom, so I definitely know where they are. One of these is for Elite, and the other's for Ultimate. Okay. There's gonna be no way I mix these up. I'm totally going to click on it wrong. But I suppose to succinctly answer your question, no, I have not used either merit yet. I assume that is just going to jumpstart the next difficulty of the game. I don't want to do that. Is this kind of... Sorry, I'm hopping all over the place. You can take a second and calm down. No, you don't need to. It just gives you attribute points and skill points, and you can still be in normal difficulty. Ah, okay. It won't force you to play an ultimate. Makes sense. Is that meant to be more of an endgame item, or, I know you could probably use that at any time, but I'm wondering if there's an intended time to pop those. Because I don't want to pop it, or pop those two items, if I'm intended to pop them after level 94, or wherever we come to a stop at. Trying to give that somewhat authentic experience, even though we are grossly over-leveled for where we are at in the game. I guess I'll just keep these on my person. Consider it a convenient item that makes it so you don't need to return to lower difficulty. Okay. Okay, that's making some more sense now. Since it won't force you to play on a lower difficulty. Let's clear inventory and find out what these do. Since it says it won't force, or since you say it won't force us to play on a higher difficulty or anything, I assume we're going to be given a prompt. Or just something along those lines. I suppose I just need to stop being scared and commit to doing that action, huh? That's really the reason I'm asking so many questions. I don't want to, commit to an in-game action I can't take back. It won't give you anything that you only get in Ultimate. Okay, so it is just a stat boost. Alright, let's see what happens. This is... Okay, these are... It gives you access. That makes sense. 3 free attribute points? Yes, please. Let's put these in... Physique and Spirit. I'll still have to play the DLC in order to, remove the unwanted points in Cunning. And we get 3 free points? Why didn't I buy these sooner? Thank you again, I'm the winner. I appreciate your expertise. I was just really concerned about buying that stuff. I guess that's what I get for not playing around with it by myself. Alright, those 3 points get us a little bit closer to Frost Armor. We'll dismantle this item real quick, and then we can... That is salvaging coin. Let's try that again. Oh, goody. That gets a little bit of pressure off my chest. Not that I was nervous. I wasn't scared, but I was nervous. I already went and did a makeshift sort. These go right. Nope, I take that back. These go... Actually, I'm not sure I had a real intended storage order for those. I have been trying to do that on the other file. The one that's going to be touring through the Order of Death's Vigil. Speaking of which, I have an update regarding that file. We are currently at level either 37 or 40. And we have just made it up to Old Arkovia. I'm going to be working on grinding out the rest of what I need to do. Oh. I see why we might possibly don't want to do that. Because now we have no way of knowing which rift... Well, that's not true. We know which rifts we have. We know where we need to go. Let's just get this over with. Let's just stay the course. Do you only focus on lightning damage? Mostly lightning damage. I have enough fire damage on gear that I'm using that I do use Magma Tempest sometimes. Actually, I have a command that answers this question. But yeah, lightning is the primary damage type, and fire is the secondary damage type. It just probably doesn't look like it on gear, because I do have like a tertiary elemental damage stat on, I'd say, about half my gear. So every single ability we have gets at least some value out of the gear we're using. Should be player build in all one word. Yep. But the focus is definitely on lightning damage. We just also need consistent spacing tools, defenses, and stuff like that. Understood? Gotcha. I'm glad either the command or myself was able to answer the question. The command does a much better job at it than I do. That's why I made the command. And I'm glad to have it. For those who are doing content creation themselves, especially if you're going into the streaming world for any reason, commands are your friend. They'll keep you from having to repeat things 12 times, or, 25 times, or 500 times. Did that get a... Hold up now. Did that orb change color? Oh, I'm getting all kinds of giddy now. I think there were texture updates, which is just fine by me. I love a good texture update. I can't wait to see what else got changed. Although I'm probably not really playing the classes that take advantage of the bug fixes and stuff. Maybe that's just me. No? Okay, I guess not. Maybe that was like a trick of the light or something. Good to know. How is the game audio, if you don't mind my asking? Is it loud enough? Quiet enough? I try not to ask that kind of question often, but I'm terrible at audio control. And if I don't ask it at some point, I'll never know what I need to fix. It's okay? That's good. Well, is it okay in the sense that it's bearable? Or okay in the sense that it could be louder, it could be quieter, but it's acceptable. Because I don't mind turning stuff up or down. That is the precise reason I have a mixing board. I can do just that. Plus, it helps me get more accustomed to my mixing board. I do try to go back and review my own videos, and the audio seems okay, but it's never quite the same as when you're asking for it live. It's hard to control all that audio while you're live. My mixing board setup leaves a lot to be desired. I definitely want a real physical mixing board. I know Voicemeeter is supposed to be pretty good at what it does, and it's free, but it uses up a lot of data. And on top of that, I mean, it might be free and open source, but if you don't know how... Okay. Calming down again, for whatever reason. I think I'm coming to the realization but has to be my favorite word. It's a filler word that I say a lot, and I can't have that. I try not to repeat myself 5,000 times. That includes conjunctions. I will often harp on that in papers that other people write. Like, you use this word a lot. Are you sure you couldn't find something else that you should say? That you want to say? There are plenty of other conjunctions. The woes of being a college student and realizing that written communication and not sounding like a broken record when you're communicating to someone is really important. I guess I could kind of shift into story mode for a hot second after I recap what we're doing. We're still working toward slaying Karroz. He's further inside Dark Vale. I think he'll be either one transition map away, or he'll be right over here somewhere. One of those two places. And after that, we'll be coming out the other side, plopping down a rift, going back, talking to Captain Sommer, and then we can get the show on the road. There is a second area. I'm glad you remembered. I played through the area one time before, and my memory is absolutely faulty. Thank you for that. Parking a safety rift here. Now that I've done that, I'll shift into story time. So, I am a STEM major, and I have core classes I have to take, just like everyone else. One of those core classes is physics. I have to take the algebra and trig-based course, as the college major's version of physics deals with calculus. I have never taken a calculus course, so I am not a physics major for that reason. For one of many reasons. Anyway, about a month ago,
I can't do that yet.
we get a midterm physics project for our lab. And I'm paired up with two gentlemen who have not really ever written a paper before, or if they have, they most assuredly do not know what they're doing. And I have to explain that there are lots of things in a science paper you do not say in a regular English paper. I'll take a break for just a moment to sort of read the comment. You're playing a character mixed with a warden and a D2 sorceress and reaches 42. Yeah, from what I understand, you could complete the main story right around level 40. I believe you mentioned that last time as well. And 40 is like the intended stopping point if you don't have any DLCs or anything. The level cap is only higher because of DLC. I'm glad you were able to complete the main storyline. While I'm telling my story, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit about the character you're building. What kind of damage focus does it have? Is it fragile and delicate, or is it bulky? And doesn't deal that much damage, but withstands a whole bunch of punishment. I would love to know more. So, I explain... I'm transitioning back to the other topic. I explain that you don't want, in a science paper, you don't speak directly. You don't say we did this, you just say this happened. You don't speak actively. You don't use first person, if at all possible. For example, you say the test tube was filled with 5 milliliters of hydrochloric acid and 0.01 milligrams of the unknown substance. Whatever it is. You say something like that. Because we're mainly... The thing that the science papers care about is what was your result? What was the premise for what you were doing? What was the result? Were the results conclusive? Are they inconclusive? There aren't really a whole bunch of interpersonal details that are cared about from point A to point B. And when you're explaining it to people who are still in high school, that's not a knock on high schoolers, that's just having to explain it to the young. You want to be careful and not say I, we, me, so on and so forth. And that can take quite a few iterations of explaining to sink in. Because when you're used to writing in first person, or you're used to being able to say you or I, or like refer to actual people, and you suddenly can't do that anymore, it's really weird when you're trying to write about it. It really takes a couple of I almost say it takes a year to get used to it. Something that people in physics, in like a Intro to Physics 1 course, I will respond to that in just a moment. It's something that people are having to learn in one of their intro sciences, aka the one I'm having to retake, and not a higher level science. And you'd think that the higher level sciences wouldn't have to explain that to folks, but they do. There's almost always at least some little TSA on how to write a science paper in every single science course. Now that I've more or less said what I've had to say, I'll read this. This one's kind of special. Wardens only have focus on acid and pierce, while D2 Sorceress only has elemental damage, just like other mages. May I ask, how do you make them work? So sometimes in... I'm trying to think of a good example, and I don't think I have a class where you really have to deal with it that much. Oh, here's a skill. I have one. Firestorm deals physical damage. I don't know if I don't know if physical damage is I'm sorry. I don't know if pierce damage is regulated by physical or not. But if it is, then you could try to make something work where you have like elemental skills that also deal physical damage, and you could try to buff those. If not, you probably have a case of needing to work on... Well, actually, I take some of that back. It depends. It depends on how many support skills the two classes have between them. So, for example, Scintillas doesn't have a whole bunch of support skills. At least, not in the way I have it built. Yes, there's Lightning Shield. There's Magma Tempest. There's stuff with utility attached. But the primary purpose of this mastery is to deal damage, right? Elementalist kind of goes all over the place. There are tons of things in here that add extra utility. Elemental armoring. Frost armor. You have refuel. Trying to think of some others in here. You have Might of Magic. How I would probably choose to split up D2 Sorceress and Warden, excuse me, is to focus primarily on which one you're going to be dealing damage with. So if you have a preference for Warden, try to make Warden work. Then use the D2 Sorceress for utility. I know there are some skills in there that primarily buff or debuff. And try to make something out of that. Because you have two different competing fields of damage, I would be inclined to say you're not going to be able to make all of them work. You're going to have to pick, which is perfectly fine. There are ways to convert damage types to others, so it's actually not that complicated. Yeah, you could convert it. So I guess if you wanted to make Warden work, and primarily be the D2 Sorceress, yeah, you could have auras that convert damage. You can have, I guess it would be Pierce to Elemental, right? Or Pierce to Acid. It would be something along those lines. Or you can convert the elemental damage. Oh, you didn't open your auras? Ah. That is because my weapons are missing. What the heck happened? Thank you for mentioning that. I gotta go back and make sure I didn't lose my weapons somewhere. Yeah, the auras aren't there because they're attached to the weapons. I think you swapped your weapons? Oh. My god. I must have hit a keyboard shortcut or something. Thank you. Yeah, the auras probably went away as soon as I swapped weapons. Right. Getting back to where I was talking, what I was talking about, which was to help, like, try to answer your question. Or maybe not even a question, but it's more of an exercise. Yeah, if you're wanting to convert between one or the other, you can do that. I think they're neck items that convert between the damage types in Dawn of Masteries. But otherwise, you're kind of going to have to play this game of which class is primary. I used something and turned all your acid damage to lightning damage thanks to DOM and mod items. Yeah. A build like that in regular Grim Dawn wouldn't really work for those who are kind of like listening in and wondering what's all this about converting items, converting damage types now. Yeah, it's essentially a neck augment that converts 50% of the damage type on the augment to 50% of another damage type specified on an augment. That's the stairs up. I don't think we wanted to go that way. The neck augment will get you halfway there, and then you need to have some kind of item or skill or component. Those items make almost all class combos work. That's what you love about this mod. Yeah, that is one of the really nice things about Dawn of Masteries, is that anything can work. Anything is possible. If we try to take that same class combination back to Grim Dawn, I think you would I don't know if you'd be laughed at, but I think that build would probably struggle a lot to get its feet off the ground, and you would definitely be picking what your offense and defense are. The neck augments go along, or the neck components go a long way toward making the impossible much more possible. There's a character I have set off to the side who is a not a warden, but the arcane archer, arcane gunman mastery. I'm forgetting exactly which one it is. And the other class is an arcanist. And making pierce damage stalker. That's it. Thank you. I have a stalker arcanist combo that I spent some time trying to make work, and the damage types were all over the place. Stalker shifts between 3 of them. Pierce, sometimes physical, sometimes cold, sometimes aether. I've seen all 3. And lightning damage. I've seen a good chunk of damage types inside Stalker. And it's tough to make it work when you're trying to make pierce damage the primary. I tried a number of various neck components. I don't know if I have to give up on pierce and try a different damage type. Like maybe, I don't know, aether. Aether is probably the one that would make the class combination work really well. Or if it's just I'm not at a high enough level to offset the gear. Because I'm dual-wielding guns with that Stalker Arcadus combination. So it was kind of meant to be an auto-attacking build, and I couldn't really get it to go off, like, get off the ground. Maybe because it was trying to serve too many masters at once, where you kind of wanted some spirit, you wanted some cunning, you wanted some physique, so you didn't get absolutely thrashed on maps. But my point in even bringing that up is to say, even a class combination like that, with the exact concept I have, you could probably get some facsimile of it working. If you apply the right augments and you know the right stuff to wear. Scintillist is another example where your blacksmith, the NCFF blacksmith, has in-house relics that will convert all of your fire or lightning damage to various types. You just put the relic on and it does the work for you. So if you wanted to use Scintillist but deal aether damage, you can do that. If you wanted them to deal physical or pierce, you could do that. Is it the most fun thing in the world? No, I think you skip out on a lot of good relics just to say, I've got my preferred damage type. Granted, in Dawn of Masteries, you don't have to give up that much, but I find the relic one of the most powerful items that you can have access to. Really. In my opinion. Your relic, or like any particular legendary, can make or break your build. Especially in Dawn of Masteries, where you can have all legendaries, and if you're not paying attention, you'll have 1 or 2 legendaries that kind of buck the trend and don't do what everything else is doing. There's no synergy, and if the legendary effects aren't powerful as compensation, you're going to end up in this weird position where you're trying to do 2 playstyles, and I don't think that's where you want to be in Dawn of Masteries. Similar to Diablo, where you really don't want to be doing 2 different things in Diablo without a good way to switch between those 2 things. A lot of my experiences in Diablo 3, of course, so that's where I'm speaking from, but I bet you the same could probably apply to D2 with enough effort. I've never played D2, by the way. Well, okay, that would be a lie. I've played through it the smallest amount of time possible. I cracked open the title screen, loaded up a new file, and proceeded to get very, very, very confused after I picked my class and everything. And I immediately turned it off. Diablo is a series I do very much like or enjoy playing. It's kind of the same to me. Those kinds of games fill a niche similar to Stardew Valley, where you can kind of shut your brain off for a while and just focus on making big numbers bigger. Like, the individual synergies and stuff are very cool, but sometimes you just want to do big number. You want to make big number bigger and not really think too hard. Or it kind of becomes something of a routine and you don't have to think that much. Diablo titles very much feel like that for me, where once I know what I'm doing, I don't have to think too hard. It's only when I'm trying to optimize that I have to think really hard. You have to survive to do big number. That is true. Safety first. That's right. That's the golden rule of DPS, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot do DPS if you're dead. I spent a long time in World of Warcraft and other MMOs. That gets ingrained into you pretty well. You can't do damage if you die. Granted, I think Dawn of Masteries does a long way, or goes a long way to changing the metric. At least a little bit. But, yeah, the rule's still generally true. Can't deal damage if you die. I can't wait for that rule to become really apparent in something like Last Epic that we might be visiting once Elix is done. Because I've been meaning to take a crack at Last Epic. For those who don't know what that is, I'll kind of show you on Steam. I won't actually show you, but I'll show you that I have it as soon as I find it. Last Epic is another isometric hack and slash that feels pretty similar to PoE, Path of Exile, but Path of Exile lacks no, I'm sorry. Last Epic lacks the necessity of cracking out spreadsheets to understand where everything is going. You at least don't have to do that. That's another... What do we call these? Action RPGs. Played it before. Pretty fun, but PoE and Grim Dawn still rocks at the moment. Yeah, I'm a little concerned with Last Epic that we're going the way of Diablo, where the endgame is really important, and I would like for the single player stuff to still kind of matter. But maybe that's just because I don't really have a good group of people. I don't have a good group of people to play all the new multiplayer features that Last Epic is supposed to have now. Like, they're still testing that stuff out. Speaking of which, it's, I think, $35. Yeah, it's around $35 US on Steam. I got it in early access when it was free to try, or was at a highly reduced price. It's a good game. It is that I think that company has the potential to do some great things with their IP. Last Epic had its special skill specification, making it attractive. Yep, exactly. Kind of similar to Diablo, where in Diablo you have a main skill and then you have ways to specialize it. But Last Epic has more specialization than Diablo. Diablo attempts to streamline that process, so you're not spending a whole bunch of time trying to figure out specific skill pathways. It really is something I would recommend trying. Now to take a bit of a detour, we're going to read these two notes before we forget about them and I put them in storage and get a duplicate note again. This UI, man, is going to take me some time to get used to. I try to console them. I tell them everything will be all right. Their eyes go wide with fear as I find the spot between the ribs and push the blade in. They always cry. It makes me a little sad. They do not yet understand. I watch the blood as it flows down their naked legs into the large basin that I've placed below their suspended form. Chthon calls for every drop. To ensure I get it all, I begin by making shallow cuts, first the legs, then the torso, and lastly the arms. Slowly their struggle rescinds, and they accept their fate. At last they find understanding. The blood is not theirs. They are only holding it for another, and now it must be returned. To Chthon, to whom it rightfully belongs. At last their fears peeled away, and they are happy to give the blood freely. Devoted servant of Chthon, Beller Hind. Well, Beller Hind, you better hope I don't find her behind, or I'm gonna rip it right out. Disgusting. Now, the more interesting piece of text is with Avalon's note. I believe we got the first 2 pages. So let's read the third and see what happens to our hardworking mom who allows her family to find shelter in the arms of the cult of Chthon. All begins and ends with Chthon. I could see that now. My family suffering, the poverty we've endured, these are all symptoms of our separation from Chthon. The Bloodsworn have shown me the way to salvation. I have prayed long and hard at the altar, poured my lifeblood out onto the stones until the answers came to me. The only way my family can truly be safe is to be reunited with Chthon. I have made the necessary arrangements. The sacrifice will proceed at dawn. Oh no. I can't say it wasn't predictable, but, you know, based on the first 2 notes, it seems like she got a little bit too attached to the work of the cult. This is one of those, you do want to remember what you're working for. Like, Evelyn was working for the safety of her family, right? That's how it started. But if you think your family is safe as long as you keep doing this action over and over again, eventually you become subsumed by it. There is such a thing as not all safety is good, and not everything that is safe is, you know, what are the words I'm looking for? They aren't, it isn't free. And Evelyn paid a price that she was probably not all too happy to pay at first, but was glad to pay at the end. That is some sincere level of brainwashing right there. Welcome to the cult of Chthon, ladies and gentlemen. The brainwashing is strong. I am wanting to get out of here, or I'm going to die. Goodness me. Oh. It was Zaria. Great. Getting back to our previous conversation. Although I suppose I should finish my thoughts, shouldn't I? I've been bouncing around all over today. Not sure why. I believe I made the safety rift here. I think I mentioned in the last episode, or maybe the episode before, when we found Avalon's notes, that we should keep an eye on what happens to Avalon, because I promise you it was probably going to take a dark turn. That was that dark turn. Avalon, we could probably conclude that Avalon sacrificed her family and let out their blood at the altar, one of the many bloodletting altars that the cult of Chthon would build, and probably had a collection basin for the blood. And the brainwashing was probably particularly insidious. Welcome to Human's End. Exactly. Welcome to Human's End, where you are going to see some of the most depraved stuff ever. As it turns out, there are many noble causes whose yoke has been bent by simply a single corrupting force. Okay, I'm on the wrong panel. Let's fix that. There are many noble causes whose yoke has been bent and corrupted by sheer virtue of a single corrupting force. All it takes is one slip of the mind, and you've gone from protecting your family to putting them on an altar and bloodletting them to death. Those gargoyle-looking heroes actually reduce your max HP while you're battling with them. Gotcha. Good to know. Those are especially insidious. Please tell me that we have... I know Zeri's got to be somewhere around here. Yep, there she is. Alright, Zeria. You may have killed me, but I will have my revenge. In the times where humanity has come to an end, I will go back for that totem in a moment. in times where humanity has, you know, the civilization has long since collapsed, you have to take joy in the smaller things. We're going to do a tiny bit of setup before we begin. Perfect. I like those totems. If all the mod packs were in totems, we would be very good. Our build would be phenomenal. But alas, that would make the game too easy. Speaking of which, here's an engagement question. Are there any ARPGs out there similar to this one, or at least have the same premise as this one, that you might have considered too easy? I think Diablo 3 at the beginning, once I found out how to play it, was really easy. I'm 31, so I've never got a good opportunity for something like Titan Quest. How hard or easy would you say Titan Quest is? The only reason I'm familiar with Titan Quest is due to this mod, and only because it pulls things from it. Even early game is hard? Goodness. So I think we went to the other end of the spectrum, huh? Very difficult. I'm trying to frame my next question. Do you mind telling me a little bit about it? You probably have more knowledge of it than I do, and I don't want to start speaking off the cuff without any kind of source to back me up. In Titan Quest, you pick 2 classes as well, as I recall, since you had it on your phone. Oh, it's mobile. You can play it mobile. Interesting. So I guess at least Grim Dawn gets a little bit of this from its parent. I wonder how many of the devs were inspired by it. And from what I can tell, is it just since Titan Quest stuff was ported over in Dawn of Masteries, are the classes on the tin what you can pick out of Titan Quest? What is that what was available for Titan Quest, or was it like Dawn of Masteries picked the best or picked something out of Titan Quest 1 and 2 and there were a lot more than that? More into physique. We really need the health. Still getting 2 points. Good. Okay, we've got our next levels could be put into that skill. Yup, as in that was everything on the tin, or yup, as in Dawn of Masteries pick the best of the best or something like that, and there weren't any more classes. Just want to make sure I haven't crossed wires with you. Make sure to drink water. As a little bit of a TSA for those watching. Definitely make sure you drink plenty of water. Don't want to let yourself get dehydrated. And if you're drinking drinks with ice in them, let the ice melt down and drink the water out of that. Is that going to be enough to, you know, satisfy water intake? No. But don't let the ice go to waste. Unless you don't like watered down beverages or really can't stand watered down beverages. My dad's like that. He can't tolerate watered down sweet tea. If it melts down, he gets a new glass and continues about his business. Me, on the other hand, I don't mind drinking what is essentially water mixed with leftovers in my previous drink. They changed some Valve TQ classes in terms of damage to be compatible with Grim Dawn. Gotcha. Okay, that makes some sense. I wouldn't expect Titan Quest to use the same damage types. Let's see, if I recall the little bit of light reading I did, I think Titan Quest was in like the early 2000s, maybe even earlier than that. So it seems likely we would have had access to at least somewhat of a nuanced damage typing system. But I imagine you probably had the basics. You probably had fire, frost, lightning, physical. Pierce is iffy. Not every modern RPG has Pierce today. Some do, some don't. Probably acid, and then my guess would be like holy or unholy. They probably had the basics at the very least, and then whatever interesting thing made Titan Quest unique. Chaos. They had chaos. Okay. Good to know. Yet another thing I'm sure Grim Dawn takes from its parent. Although I don't know of other games made by Crate Entertainment. I'm calling it parent, but maybe I should be calling it more like its inspired cousin or something. I don't know. Here we are at Darkvale Gate. I think the boss lies somewhere on the other side of this. Probably closer to the entrance to Asterkarn, if my memory serves correctly. Basically fight the boss, come out the other side, and then go and talk to Captain Somer before moving on. You go and set a rift back. And I would totally expect the same thing to... Actually, now that I'm thinking on it, in terms of like what each port would have to be for each game series that they ported into Grim Dawn in this mod, I know for Diablo 3, you didn't really have damage types that were ported over. I think you had holy damage, and that's what doesn't exist in this game. Presumably because... Okay, make sure I don't stand in that. Like your paladins and crusaders dealt like holy damage, and you don't really have that in Grim Dawn. I think they do either fire or lightning or acid. I know Oathkeeper defaults to those three things, and it's kind of supposed to be your holy damage could be separated as fire and lightning. Yep, and that's I'm willing to bet that's what happened, because I don't think you can make new damage types. I did some light reading as part of the mod. There's a Discord for Grim Dawn, and it includes a channel for modders to talk in. And I happened to overhear a conversation the other day, or oversee a conversation. I happened to be looking into the chat, and I saw talk about animations. There are apparently only like 8 animations in the game, and you can't really make more. Which I thought was really fascinating. Not something I understood every detail of, but I knew enough to know that, hey, there are technical hard limits, and any new animations that exist have to be like called separately, made separately. And it's not something you can do in the mod creation tools, if I understand right. I probably don't. So please take my words with a grain of salt, but it just depends on how the D3 mod developers' views about the damage type were, probably. And, you know, whatever was possible with the engine that Crate had for this game. I don't know if the hard-coded limit on animations extends to things like damage types. The main character design isn't good enough, in my opinion, but keeping it simple is not that bad either, since it makes people care less about the main character and more about the and to jump off of your statement there, I imagine it might make them care more about the story. At least that would be the hope anyway. I'm actually more familiar with the story that sits in Cairn, that sits in this game world, than I am about my character's place in it as a result. A good contrast to this game would be Diablo 3, where in Diablo 3 you learn a lot. Like, you learn a lot about the class you pick. For example, I'm going to try my best to avoid spoilers, but if you pick the wizard, for example, you learn some things about where the wizard came from and why they're an adventurer in the first place. And I don't know if I'd call D3 as being exactly complicated in terms of its character design. The gear does more than the actual character does itself, but people come to understand a lot about the main characters and how they work, and how they operate in their own game world. You don't get that here. It's not because you don't have a system for the character to grow. It's that, how do I word it? I kind of the main character. I think we're good. I think we're back. We only lost 200 frames that time. So like I was saying before, with Risen, you couldn't control how the main characters sounded. That was fixed. You couldn't control their sex. That was fixed. But you could control their appearance. You could control what they do, and you could control the skills they picked up. That was what you were allowed to customize. And as a result, people knew your main character in Risen about as well as you did, because it was about the actions you took. In Diablo, like specifically in Diablo 3, I'm gonna park a safety rift here. In Diablo 3, you knew more about the main character than you did about the world you sat in. Whereas with Grim Dawn, it's not that the character development isn't there. Actually, it's absent, all things considered. You really are just kind of this formless, nameless blob. It's closer to Risen in my comparisons. Because you don't learn more about the main character, you infer about the main character. You get to decide what the character does and doesn't do, and the game doesn't give you nary a pause on it. It's up to you to make it significant, or not. You could say, I just simply had adventures, and I made the choices that I made. Of course, that's not very inspired for an ARPG with Lovecraftian horror elements baked in. I kind of try to make our actions as significant as possible, but you're free to do what you like. That's the beauty of these ARPGs with these character customization systems, is that you can just kind of do what you want. You could be very invested, or you could be uninvested at all. That's great character design. PoE is kind of close to it, but people care more about profit than character design at the end. Oh yeah, microtransactions. Those are there. This game doesn't have any yet, and I hope it stays that way. The only kind of transaction-y element I think Crate Entertainment has is the plushies. Yeah, they're selling plushies. I don't know if you knew that, or if anyone knew that. Anyone keeping their ear to the ground on, like, Crate Entertainment developments? I've parked the safety rift, so let's go. You meant in-game grinding profit? Ah. Karroz, this isn't going to take very long, bud. Never mind. Maybe the human was very weak, but the Chthonian that came up in his place was a little bit stronger. Meh. And don't forget that sermon. That didn't last very long. Our build shredded them. Yeah, PoE has a lot of grinding to it. People care a lot more about the... How do I word this? The advancement their character has, and like the in-game economy that's there, than like the events that are happening in-game. That second form sprite is used in some pretty strong bosses. I think we've bumped into some similar looking ones in... where was it? East Marsh. It wasn't exactly the same, but like that tree trunk kind of mass with the tendrils on the end and splitting into multiple forms. Yeah, we saw something like that in East Marsh. But it's good to know that that's present on some other bosses. So, let's see here. Yeah, and I do love the Lovecraftian horror elements behind the designs of the bosses and stuff. I really do appreciate the grittiness of the RPG. I don't like it when it's all lighthearted all the time. Also, we're putting another rift here, since I don't remember exactly where the rift is. We're going to go talk to Captain Somer before things get out of hand. And then after that, we're going to take a break, because I need to refill my beverage and drink whatever's left and all that fun stuff. And when we come back, we'll have 2.5 hours together to trudge through the Astrakarn road, valley, and the mountains. All right, Captain.
Why do you have such a grim look on your face? What happened out there?
He lies dead, but I found some rather disturbing information on him.
Let's see it. I'll be damned. If the bastards pull this off, we may as well slit our own throats. This scenario is well beyond my pay grade, or would be if I were getting paid. You will need to bring this to Creed's attention immediately. I've already informed Creed of your recent actions. He is most eager to speak with you. Show him what you've shown me. He needs to see this.
I'll speak to Creed at once. After talking to Somer and Creed, you can just fly to Astrakarn Valley. Since you have access to all the rifts. But that wouldn't be any fun. That totally detracts the journey out of it. I want us to experience the journey of wandering through listless valleys together. With nothing but the clothes on our backs, the computer that we're sitting at to talk to one another, and all kinds of fun stuff. But that is good to know, that if we need to fly through, we can do that. Alright, Inquisitor Creed.
You're here. Good.
What do you have for us? Okay, that's making the game kind of freak out. I found these notes.
I've heard of this ritual. It has been performed only once before. If memory serves me, the results were, shall we say, not good. The cult must not be allowed to see this through. We must make haste to Fort Ikon at once. Will you join us?
Where do you need me?
With the cultist ranks scattered, we can once again reconnect with the main Legion force to the north. And just in time, too. Based on the information you've brought back from Karroz, we need to immediately send all available forces to the necropolis and stop that ritual. Algrim and I will be leaving shortly with a small contingent of troops. Will you meet us at Fort Ikon? It lies just beyond the Astrakarn Mountains, through the Darkvale gates.
I'll see you there, good sir. Alright, and one of the other reasons I kind of want to take the opportunity to actually walk to where we're going is there are quite a few codex entries we can pick up. I have played at least up to that point, and I know we just have to find them. And not walk into a wall. But we can discuss the particulars of that when I come back in around 5 minutes or so. I need time to get up, stretch, check in with my folks, and get a drink. So, folks, please definitely feel free to take a break for at least that long, and I will see you at the end of these 5 minutes. So sorry about that. I had to go deal with logistics for tonight's dinner. We're supposed to have cube steaks, but the commissary on post didn't have any cube steaks. So I had to go write down my order for the subs we're going to have tonight. And my apologies. I needed a small bit of something to nibble on, so I brought back some pickles. Just about 3 or 4 fingers worth of pickles. 1 per finger. Let's see if Inquisitor Creed has written his last 2 notes for us to read or not. And I'm paranoid about that screen, but I think we've changed it. Hopefully everyone had a good break. Good 5 minutes. Actually 7 minutes now that I think about it. At least I hope everyone had a good break. If not, I'm sorry. And hope that you have better breaks, or that life is treating you well at least. Even if not particularly today. The final sermon. The end of times. Oh, this is going to be a long one, folks. Strap in and get comfortable. Bloodsworn supplicants of Chthon, it is with great purpose that we gather here today for what will be my final sermon to you. You have devoted yourselves completely, forsaking all past relations, earthly possessions, and free will. You've proven that you are finally ready to become part of a greater whole, to receive the glorious gift of reunification. I must remain behind with the others to finish our great work. Yet, even as you depart your lives, you will advance this broken world one step closer to the end time. The time when the dismissal, suffering... I'm sorry, I said dismissal? That should be dismal. Let's try that again. The time when the dismal, suffering world will become reunited with Chthon, making the oldest of the old whole again and righting the great wrong perpetrated millennia ago by the false gods, these upstart gods, who manipulated the course of our existence, set themselves up to be the objects of worship, and have lived off our blood and toil for ages. The end times will also bring doom to the wayward Aetherials, past agents of the false gods, who are betrayed and then cast into the formless aether, once their purpose had been served. They have hindered us, slaughtered our brethren, tried to claim dominance over this world. Yet we must also thank them, for it is the Aetherials who have unwittingly made possible our ascension by destroying the Empire and its Inquisition. No longer does the Inquisition hunt us, suppress our truths, or deny us access to our sacred places. Unshackled from the strictures of the Empire, people have awakened from the false dream of civilization, and our ranks have swelled. Not knowing the history of our world, the Aetherials are ignorant of the doom that we will awaken. They cannot surmise our endgame, and once they realize what they have set in motion, it will be too late for them to stop us. Our most devoted brethren march with legions of the void for Necropolis. They need only prevent our enemies from breaching our final line, for even as they attack our forces, the blood they spill will feed our resurrection ritual. Where once we suffered our greatest defeat, our ultimate triumph shall be reborn, and the Logarian, forerunner of the end times, will carry the 1,000 screaming voices of Chthon into the world and usher in a new age. What, the Age of Oblivion? Where only Chthon exists? Because that's the old god's ultimate goal? Oh shit, the Necropolis. Oops. Pardon my French. But the comment said it first. On that Acropolis fleet, at least supply pickles. I hope so. If not, down with it. No, I'm kidding. I don't like pickles that much. I'll eat them. And I do prefer them to cucumbers on a sandwich, but maybe not necessarily a salad, but it ain't worth heralding the end of times for, where food probably won't matter, because there won't be any humans left to live it. Yeah, we gotta put a stop to that. We have our task. Our task is to head over to Fort Ikon. We could do that. That thanks to our lovely acquisition of acquiring the difficulties, we can do that the whole way through. But that isn't any fun, and it kind of defeats the purpose of taking this journey together. I want us to kind of embrace the listlessness that comes with wandering through the snow-trodden fields of Astrakhan Road. I want us to experience that, because there's some interesting lore. There are some events that happen here in this valley, on these roads, when the Grim Dawn took place, and maybe even excuse me, slightly before, that I find too compelling not to read. Because it's some dark stuff. And you know, why are we playing a horror ARPG if not to experience it, right? At least in my opinion. Besides, we get a visual break from some of the Aetherials. We will still not Aetherials, I'm sorry, some of the Chthonians. We will still deal with them, but we do get some insects and some beasts along the way that I think would make an excellent visual break for the eyeballs. Because I find it important that we're not just fighting the same enemies all the time. You want variety. I hope Grim Dawn 2's story will be about what happened before the Grim Dawn. Is there a confirmation on Grim Dawn 2? Or is that more, wistful thinking? I don't care which one. I'm just curious. But me too. I would like to see what happens before the Grim Dawn. I want to know, you know, was it as clean cut as the game is making it out to be? Yes, there's some lore that goes over the intricate details, but by the time you conclude through most of the events in Grim Dawn, you can safely conclude that the Aetherials and the Chthonians are bad guys. You are there to defeat them. There isn't any nuanced third degree. There is no, well, maybe they're fine in their own worlds, but in the human one, they definitely at least don't belong. There's none of the nuance. It is just, they're bad for our existence, and we should kill them. It's kill or be killed. To the last we must survive. It's clear cut, and there's nothing wrong with a story like that. These days, a lot of things are incredibly nuanced in story, and authors are incredibly concerned with the journey of the villain. How did the villain become the villain? Was it as simple as they were always that way? Were they born that way? Or did society push them? It's kind of like why the movie series regarding the Joker is as powerful. That's the Batman series, by the way, for those who don't know. Why that particular stretch of movies is so sought after. Why people feel as though it is so important. Because it explains why the Joker is the Joker. People want to know why. People are interested in why. And because so many people are interested in why, people miss the simplicity of a good clear-cut story where, yeah, you have villains and you have the people that are there to stop them. There can be interesting events that happen along the way, but ultimately either the heroes win or the villains do. A scenario where the villain kind of wins and it's kind of up to us to make good out of a bad world, is tyranny. Tyranny is a... is it an action RPG? It's something kind of similar to Grim Dawn, but the system that is involved in Tyranny is really unique. You don't cast spells. Like, the spellcrafting system is what makes it really unique. You don't interface with the world the same way. It's literally the story about where you have one opportunity to keep the bad guys from winning, and if you don't, your entire gameplay consists of you dealing with what happens when the bad overlord is in charge. And as it turns out, laws must exist in order for a bad overlord to exist. It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating stuff. I'm just kind of ambling about, not really paying attention to where I'm going. But my whole point in even dredging that up in the first place is just to say, clear-cut stories are nice sometimes, and I wish people would engage in them a little more often. I've often thought about becoming, if for whatever reason my my college studies don't work out, and I can't be a scientist, I've thought about becoming an author, like a book, like an actual fantasy author. I've entertained it and given it some thought, because I have written short stories before, and I generally tend to write ones that are sort of classical in their design, where you have heroes, you have villains, and while both of them may take an interesting tribulation, ultimately you go to a predictable place where everybody kind of knows the end. Either the heroes win or the villains do, and what happens afterwards can be just as interesting. There's no... I should say there's no, but the hero and villain don't quite matter so much when the overall goal of the story is to explain a bigger conflict than that. That the hero and the villain aren't having internal struggles in the meantime. Not that they can't be there, but again, the story's a lot bigger than that. It's bigger than what the hero and villain is going through. It's how the effects of their actions manifest themselves in the world. And it's something I've thought a good degree about. I think I engage in those creative juices at least once a week. See, for those who don't know, I am a DM. I'm a dungeon master in my spare time. And that means I take somewhere between 4 to 6 hours each week, and I grind through story stuff. I play Pathfinder with my friends. That's the campaign I DM for. Pathfinder 1E. It's a fun system. Lots of high octane. My campaign in particular is meant to push the games to its limits. I'm sort of writing my own magna opus for it, where the world is kind of broken at the seams. The god of chaos or madness has decided to begin to unleash his plans and tear apart Golarion in the process, bit by bit, catastrophe by catastrophe. And many, many other interested elements are also interested in making Golarion their own. And even the gods themselves have decided that they want to get more involved in the mortal world. And it is up to the heroes, the adventurers in this party to make sense of the world they're in, to put an end to the machinations of the Lord of Madness, a giant Clipoth entity who bore through Golarion and could have easily destroyed it had it not been for the work of the gods. But in the process of this, it's in the process of sealing Rovagug away, the god of madness, the world was sort of fractured and just kind of waiting for something to push it along, whether that be the machinations and plans of Asmodeus, the keeper of the key to Galarian, or the key to Rovagug's cell, or Pharasma, the prophetess of the afterlife, who is in charge of all lost souls, or something else along those lines. I've thought a lot about story stuff, like how to write a plot, how to write a good plot, how to write a plot that doesn't spend so much time asking why the villain became a villain. Because not that it isn't an intriguing story, especially as its own side scoop, but how important is it in the grand scheme of things? Is it worth going over in the main story or not? Every 4 to 6 weeks, I think about that sort of thing. And as I get older, I realize it's kind of important that, again, I'll be turning 31 tomorrow, that I think about where my life's kind of going, and the fact that I really still haven't done anything with it yet. I'm sitting here entertaining all of you, and I love that. I love doing it. I sincerely want to thank everyone for being here so far, but I am not a useful member of society. I don't have too many translatable skills. I can work in a lab if you give me clear instructions. I might not be the fastest, but I can work in a lab. Happy pre-birthday. Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy early birthday indeed. I look forward to it. As I've gotten older, I realize that it really isn't about the destination, it's the journey. Granted, I wish I had seen it when I was 20 or 18, but I'm happy to be seeing it now. That it's about the time you spend with friends and family. It's about the memories you choose to make together. That's important. But we can sit here and look wistful on the past. But looking wistfully at the past and trying to discern the future from it doesn't do you any good if the present is what's at stake, huh? Which is exactly why we're here. In this situation, in Grim Dawn, because the present is at stake. The past has already happened. The Grim Dawn has come to pass, and an even worse future, the Age of Chthon, will come to pass if we do not do something about it. That being said, the game gives us as much time as we're allowed to have. Which is why I think it's important we stop and smell the roses. See what else happened in the land of Cairn, and why I don't just want to go trudging to the next rift and the rift after. Having those shortcuts is nice. And that may be something I check out on a different file. I'll probably go and get those and definitely check them out in my off time, but I want us to take the journey together. At least once. Maybe because I've never taken the journey myself, or maybe I just want to show you guys what that journey looks like. But I do want us to experience it. It's important. Because only by taking the complete journey will we have a better appreciation for just how grim the world really is. It's easy to look at, I'm forgetting names already. It is easy to look at some place like Burwich, see the destruction and think, ah, yeah, things are pretty bad. It's easy to look at, I don't know, what other place is there? In Old Arcovia and see, ah, yes, the land of a shattered empire that people are squatting over. And Cronley's gang is making out like bandits in the meantime, also advancing the causes of the Aetherials at the same exact time. It's easy to look at that and say, oh yeah, the world's kind of bad. It isn't until you realize this second force is here. Actively tainting the land... Well, I don't know. The Aetherials actively taint the landscape, but the Chthonians are more interested in the people tainting the landscape. It's all this one big, beautifully grotesque picture. And it's kind of up to us to make it right. Yeah, and we can only do that by acting in the presence. Calmest journey you will experience in Grim Dawn now? I sure hope so. When I went through it the first time, I thought it was a pretty nice journey. Maybe we can find the rune stone of Mondragon in the meantime. Because that was about where I sort of stopped. Was trying to figure out where that gosh darn shrine is. But I have faith we'll figure it out. And if necessary, I can look it up too. I have done that for a few things in this playthrough, and I do not mind doing that. I don't want us to sit here listless, stumped, and unable to figure stuff out. But I'm hoping I don't have to do that now. That we will just find it. While we're talking about our calm journey, let's shake it up a little bit with the text. We picked up 2 pieces of text that sort of explain what was happening. You meant the Broken Shrine? The Rowari Legacy. That's always a mouthful to say. Yeah, I'm looking for the shrine related to that, and I have not found that in a main playthrough off camera, or in another playthrough on camera. But yeah, if that is the Broken Shrine, yes, that one. If not, unsure. Trip South, Part 1. Oh no. Oh, the timer. There wasn't even an unprompted command. I'm gonna have to change that. Because that's information that is contained. After you fixed it, you can fight a super boss? Ooh. Sounds fun. Can't wait. The notebook is caked in dried blood and mud, and many pages appear to have been deliberately torn out. Day 3. John holds our Sylvie with one arm as he drives the wagon. He's smiling and happy as he tells us that we should reach the mountain in a few days. It's sad to leave our home, but I am hopeful for a better life far away from the dangers that seem to be ever increasing here in the north. Day 4. Sylvie is so happy, running alongside the wagon, picking up flowers. I was really worried about her being unhappy, as we left behind the only home she has ever known. The wonder and splendor that is youth, it warms my heart. Day 6. The mountains are looming ahead of us, and the cold is getting sharp. I can see the worry in John's face as he tries to keep up his spirits. I know he only wants to protect us from the dangers, and I can only pray that we make it past the mountain before the snow. Day 8. We are in the shadow of the mountain now, and the days are shorter. Snow has started to fall, and the cold came on so suddenly it surprised us. We have warm clothes, but the wind cuts right through them. Day 11. We have reached a flat at the base of a fort. Both the bones and the spirit is in Chthon's portal. Okay, so it's at the end, isn't it? We have to go through the whole game before we get those. There are a few other... Hold on. I lost my spot. We've reached a flat at the base of a fort. There are a few other travelers here who have told us the way through to Darkvale is blocked. With our food running low, we were hoping to resupply the Darkvale Gate Merchant District. Now I don't know what we'll do. Turning back is not an option with the snow coming down so fast. John says he's going to talk to the others soon. Day 16. The horse died today. John is saddened by this, but at least it will feed us until help arrives. I hate that we had to make this trip with Sylvie. She's only 9, and I don't like the way the other men at camp look at her. Ugh, already? We really could have gone without this last sentence, but meh, that makes things more dire, more important. All of our horse meat is gone. It would have lasted longer if we didn't have to share it with the others. But John said things could have gone badly if we did not. I don't like thinking what he could have said or meant by that. Ah, yes. The rigors of traveling to get away from trouble up north, only to find equal amounts of trouble down south. And to go back to our note, we have the trip south. Where is this? Trying to find it in listing. It's enemy insight. Trip south, trip south. Okay, it's in the survivors section. So the first one stopped at day 22. So if we notice, the days have been continually increasing between entries. Keep note of that trend. Also pay attention to the attitudes that change as we read through the continual passages, because things in Grim Dawn are usually not known for being not known for having happy endings, huh? Let's read further. Day 28. Gods protect us. We've been starving. I spent the morning searching the woods for nuts and bugs to eat. I can't believe that it doesn't shame me to say I've been eating bugs when I can find them. When I got back to camp, I found that John had killed a man that attacked our daughter. Good on him. Don't attack people, folks. Day 29. John has brought Sylvie and me a small portion of meat. I don't ask where he got it. Day 30. Okay, there's an increasing trend. Oh no. I'm reading ahead. Let's not do that. The other men asked what happened to their friend. John told them he tried to hurt our little girl and offered us some freshly cut meat. They took it without another word and left us alone. Does friendship mean so little in these times? Honey, it's gonna get worse. Day 36. John offered Sylvie to one of the men in the camp. What? When the men came into the tent to make his advance, John killed him in front of Sylvie and me. I'm so hungry I don't even care. Wow, entrapment. Day, It's so hard to write. Numb fingers in the cold dulls my thoughts. The dark of the mountain makes it easy to lose track of the days. Day, Another man has been lured to our tent. In exchange of food for the promise of warmth. They must know it's a trap. Maybe they are ready to die. They lie to themselves. Even as they walk into the butcher's blade. Day, Our next visitor was wise to the attack. John killed him, but not without suffering a terrible wound. He's not sure he will survive the night. I find that I don't care as much as I should. All I see is a potential meal. Gods, what is happening to me? Day, John lasted longer than we expected, draining our dwindling food supplies. I took care of it. Now have food for a long while. Oh no. Yes, so this went from family escaping turmoil in the north by going down south to having to stay in the mountains. Great, cool, hey. Then the days turn into weeks, and the weeks turn into months, and the months turn into years, and the family has to do more and more and more depraved things to stay fed. I'm pretty sure what people were being fed was not hunt, not like game, but human. I'm quite sure they were cannibalizing human flesh. It becomes more apparent as the text gets shorter, and the speech of the writer, who we can assume to be the wife, gets how do I word it? Dumber? I hate to use the word dumber, but it doesn't have as much capacity for thought in it. And at the end, I can only assume that as John lied there dying, his wife, or whatever she has become, killed him and began to eat him. And there's a part 3 to that, folks. It gets worse. It gets way worse. Welcome to survival in the mountains, where karma hits very hard. Yeah, it sure does. This was a very depraved and tragic story. It's a very tragic story. And I kind of wanted to show off the tragic story. Because if we were to just warp straight there, we would have missed that. Yeah, we can always go back, but I'd rather find it in the moment. I'd rather be able to show it in an organic order, or what feels organic anyway. I know, my heightened level probably makes this less organic than it actually is, but that's exactly the reason why we have Grimace turned on. Because when Grimace is turned on, we actually get challenging fights. I think the non-scaled enemies are like 54 right now. I happen to eyeball a few of them, and that's how I know. But we would have already needed to hit DLC if we wanted to continue a challenge. Never mind, make that 49. Still, we're definitely over-leveled for this portion of the game. And that's not really a huge bother to me. That's why Grimace is turned on, and why I really don't want to play without it. With other characters, I don't think it would be as possible. I'll refer back to my Stalker and Arcanist as an example of like the exact opposite problem, where really in Dawn of Masteries, you want good cleave, you want good AoE. If you don't have it, because you're relying on basic attacks, you're going to suffer a lot. I had to keep Grimace turned off. Trying to remember what level I stopped. I think only when I was level 30 could I actually begin to crank Grimace up, because the basic attack build took that long to get going. And even then, I still mostly had to rely on Aether Tendrils to make it work. So, certain builds are not as cut out for increases in enemy density or hero nemesis spawn rate as others. Now, I'm willing to bet I probably played it wrong. I don't know if there must be other melee auto attack builds, or maybe just auto attack builds in general. Maybe that's a downside of being a ranged class, is that you tend to have to focus a lot harder on damage to keep up. Your Warfare Scintillas works pretty well in Ultimate after all the res was maxed out. Things still hit hard, though. Yeah. You're probably still going to have to manage some amounts of, you're either going to have to teleport or move or do something and not stand in bad. Main damages from melee attacks. And are those melee attacks mainly physical attacks? Like deal physical damage? Or is it lightning or fire or something else that's common for the Scintillas? I don't know about the Warfare Masteries that much. I think Warfare is mainly physical. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't just walk into 4 or 5 heroes. Too true. You probably really have to kite things. Oh. Trip South Part 2 is already pretty good. Here's where we find Part 3. Sylvie has become angry, spiteful, malevolent. Where did all that tenderness and innocence of my little girl go? Why is it that I don't care anymore? Should care, but feel nothing. Are There is no one left here in camp. All gone. We must move. Hard to hide blood. Frozen snow. Easy for prey to know. Day. Huh? Harder to write. I think Sylvie's his daughter. Well, yeah, Sylvie isn't the writer. Because in part 2, it states that, the author, whoever that was, killed the husband, John. So all we have left in the picture is Sylvie plus the author, who is most likely the mom, and whatever prey is being talked about. It might become more apparent in these last paragraphs. Hard to write. Already wrote that. Harder to write. Hard to think about anything but the hunger. Day. Shrug. New place off-road. Easy to lure new travelers going south. Looking for safe place. Never find it. Day. Shrug again. Are these notes written by John's wife? Alright, stream elements. I think we've had enough of that. Gonna have to turn off that timer and come up with something better. I don't know why stream elements does this. Are these notes written by John's wife? Has to be, because they refer to Sylvie as being the daughter, like my little girl. And they talk about John in the third person. I'm not 100% certain it is John's wife, but the implication suggests that it should be John's wife who writes this, who's never named in any of the parts of the trip south. You have to infer that's who it is. So I'll grant you it's not 100% sure. I know why. We have 2 notices. We're going to turn off the build type one. That way that's not happening. Alright. Because if we look back at part 1, where it says John holds our Sylvie. So I can't 100% say that they're married. I want to be careful not to make the book say things that it isn't, and I guess I have, and that's what you're pointing out. But at the very least, whoever the author is had a child with a man named John, who they named Sylvie. Most likely they're married, given the in-game universe. You really don't have children who aren't married, or rather, the game goes out of their way to indicate when people have romantically parted ways from one another, or one of the parents has passed. There's a merchant on the way to Homestead. It's Isaiah. Isaiah has a daughter, and we kind of don't know who the mom is. Kind of the same deal. Like, the game makes it clear when you don't know, like, when you know that a parent has passed. When they don't make it clear, like this, you have to infer by whose perspective you're talking about. They shrug some more. No food again. I encourage Sylvie to find people to bring here for food. She is gleeful at suggestion. John gone, so I do the killing now. At this point, I'm gonna stop reading these. Stop reading the day part. That was kind of funny as a gimmick for a short second, but now it's getting to be obvious. So hungry. Don't even bother to cook food anymore. Talked to woman today. Still alive as we eat. Blood in mouth. She asked why. Only word I say? Hungry. Sylvie laughed that we talk while we eat her. Hair falling out. Don't care. The men won't be lured no more. They know what awaits them. No matter. We chase. Sylvie good hunter now. She likes kill. Me too. Should feel bad. Know it's wrong. But feels so good to feed. Don't feel cold no more. Shard of frozen blood cut lips. Split gums. Don't care. Chase men. Terror make flesh taste sweeter. Good. So hungry, must find more. The rest of the text is impossible to make out, probably because it's, you know, that person's probably brain damaged. So, the mom and Sylvie grow up and be cannibals. And it's very impressive that they write after they became zombies. See, I don't think they're zombies, because it never says they died, and Sylvie is still alive. So if they become zombies, like kind of like the Arcovian undead, that would be very impressive indeed. No, I think the fate that awaited them is something similar to the Arcovian curse that affects children. You're probably familiar with it, where the children are cursed to become harpies, right? Well, I imagine that the mom and Sylvie became these, like, fur-ragged creatures, or became the precursors for these fur-ragged beasts, and became cannibals, like yetis and stuff. That's what I think happened to them. There's no proof of it in the book, and there probably won't be additional proof, seeing as how the woman, the author, is incapable of writing now. But I'd like to think that what happened is they became full-blown cannibals, and they're still alive, terrorizing men that are giving chase. Or maybe one of these random yetis that we found, we killed, and it happened to be, you know, the mom plus Sylvie. Maybe we find out more. I don't know. I would be interested in knowing more. But that's not a very good ending. Folks, for those who are tuning in, Grim Dawn ain't a happy place. You do not find happy ends here. You find misery, suffering, death, destruction, and the only thing you'll find, and that's what we represent, is hope. Hope that this madness can be put to an end, and that we can restore the world to some shell of its former self. That's what we're here for. Where a former Taken, where a person who an ethereal gave up because they didn't want to die along with their host. That in and of itself is hope, and that is what we have come to represent in this world. So we should make the most of it. Hope. And you have to make it in the world of Cairn. You're never going to be given it. You have to make it. Which is why the fact that there really isn't much happiness to be found in Cairn makes me truly wish... I kind of match your sentiments more. I want to see what happens before the Grim Dawn. I want to know the happenings of, like, Overlord Van Aldrich. I maybe would like to get a better picture into that. Yes, you have the text, you have the words, but that doesn't really do it justice, and I think there's just so much potential there for a prequel. It's not even funny. Or, you know, whatever Crate Entertainment decides to do, hopefully it carries about the same level of detail to it as this, where they allow the player to draw their own conclusions. You have just as much potential to be right. Maybe they aren't married. Maybe they are undead zombies. Or maybe I have just as much chance of being right. Or maybe nobody is right. That's the beauty behind the storytelling, is that you're left to infer what happened. You're not explicitly told... You're not even explicitly told the perspective, for crying out loud. You're kind of just left figuring... You're left, You're left piecing together what happened. And when you realize that your conclusions have a very likely chance of being correct, that's when the light bulb goes off. And you feel happy about it, because that means you understood what they wrote about. Also, is it just me, or did the ice bomb change? Oh no! The ice bomb changed. It's not a wall anymore. It is just a single, I mean, it makes sense, but it still stinks. I rather enjoyed my ice bomb. That's okay. I can still enjoy it in this form, because being able to freeze things is still that much, is still pretty important. Because I can't think of another skill anywhere along these two trees that does what Ice Bomb does. I hope everyone's been enjoying the readings that we do of the lore, and that it's not just I see so many playthroughs where people will pick up the lore, they read it, and they don't actually talk about it. They don't even read it out loud or pause it on the screen. They don't do that. And I see it so often in other ARPGs. I think it's a waste of the text that the authors put into the game. I'm not trying to shame anyone for the way they want to play. Some people care about the gameplay and very little else. That's perfectly fine. I don't want this series to have that air about it. I want to show that we do care about the lore, because the lore is very well written. It's very well written. Now, I can't say that the Grim Dawn playthroughs do this to an incredible degree. Maybe I'm the outlier, or maybe I'm part of the main crowd of folks. We're going to not stand in that, or in any of that, for the record. I blanked on what I was going to say. Perhaps there are plenty of Grim Dawn playthroughs that do talk about the lore, because it is very well written. But it's also some grim stuff. If you're like a family-friendly channel, you probably shouldn't think about playing this for your viewers. It's not because I don't think you'd have a good time or anything, but, you know, there's talk of, like, rape and cannibalism, blood sacrifices, all kinds of grim stuff. And that's definitely not palatable for 5-year-olds or 12-year-olds. That's something you want a good, honest adult in the room with when you begin to have those conversations. Because discussing why certain people may become cannibals, or why cannibalism happens, is not an easy thing to do. I can't imagine a conversation at a dinner table going over very well when the initial premise is, cannibalism? What's that, Daddy? Sweetie, you don't want to know what that is. Or, you know, it's when people eat other people. Granted, there are good ways to talk about it. And by good ways, I mean try to relate it to a non-human context first. I'm trying to think in what cases that might become really what cases are good representations. The closest I could think of is in the world of spiders, where some spiders will eat their mates. And some spiders will even, you know, offer themselves up to be eaten. But that isn't quite the same thing as cannibalism. It's still pretty gruesome stuff, and it's hard for a person to wrap their head around that. Like, that actually happens in the animal world, and the consequences are as predictable as you'd expect. Either the male is alive. We're talking about spiders. So for spiders, males are the ones that have a higher likelihood of death. Either males are eaten by the female, or the male leaps away to survival. There's actually a new study that's going out. I don't know if it's this year or last year, but it was a recent study that suggested that a species of spider has actually evolved around, you know, their male mates trying to flee after survival. I'd have to pull up the article to remember the specific details, but they basically play dead for longer than expected, so that the male can get in, do his business, and set up to get away, and then surprise, when the male has let their shields down, the female springs the trap, and they become another eaten mate. It's an interesting, evolutive feature. But it's grim stuff to talk about. It's hard to explain to your child that this is just the way some things are. Grim Dawn is pretty detailed about those gory parts, but visually speaking, PoE takes the cake. Oh yes. PoE does not mess around. I think there's an option to turn off the gore, as a matter of fact. I think I have that option ticked too. I used to play Path of Exile. Oh god, game, please don't do this. Do not lag out right there. Yeah, before I knew of Grim Dawn, I played Path of Exile and Last Epic. And I was a confused boy. Like a confused 18-year-old. I didn't really know what I was doing. And I had to turn... if there was a setting to turn off the gore, it was off. These days I'm a lot better with gore, but I don't watch it in film. Games are about where I put a limit on that. I guess that makes me a bit squeamish, and I bet many people are probably asking, you know, if you're so squeamish to gore, why are you going in a medically adjacent field? Why are you studying to be a biodefense specialist? Why are you going through all that when you have to get an MD anyway? Well, gosh darn it, that's a bridge I'll have to cross when I get there. If I ever get to that bridge. I'm not even sure I'll get to the bridge at this rate, and I might be 50 before I do. Not a fun prospect to think about, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, PoE, if you're going to play, be prepared. It's gory. I'm sure there are options to turn it off, and if there are, you may want to exercise those if you're squeamish, like me. Or, for me, I don't mind if viscera is on the floor, but if it gets real detailed with the viscera, like there's intestine on the floor because you've disemboweled someone, that person is still bleeding and they give you a good darn look at the wound, okay, yeah, that's where I draw the line. If it's just, this person's been disemboweled and you can clearly tell that the intestine is there on the floor, okay, it's not the biggest deal. It's still gross, but you learn to get over it. The interesting part of Grim Dawn is some skills required corpses to spread, like bloody pox. Yep. I've turned off the gore option. There won't be a corpse for you to spread the pox. Are you still able to do it, though? Because it's one thing to turn off the corpse, like just not have any corpses there, but if it actively turns off the ability to use bloody pox, that is both unfortunate and hilarious at the exact same time.
That skill's not ready.
I am genuinely curious. I don't know if I'll find if the corpses being off happens even though they're in a... Picked up a helmet. We sure did. At least that's how I'm choosing to say it. This is... It changes the skill. It is a lower level helmet. Okay, but higher level armor? Huh. I don't know. You lose... I mean, we're over capped on elemental resistances anyway, so we could probably afford this. All skills and Synthless, though, makes this really, really just too tough to pass. We also get chaos resistance, but we're also overmaxed for that. Huh. Okay. It has more armor. It has... The real, like, drop for this is gonna be the lack of all damage or lightning damage. We have fire damage, which does help Magma Tempest, But Magma Tempest is like an accessory skill. I don't know. It's really weird. I simultaneously want and don't want this helmet. If I take this helmet, I have to change the build. Like, I would have to completely change it up. We'd have to focus on the fire portion of the tree, because it would just be too good to pass up. I will, however, put that helmet in storage when we get a chance to do just that. I want to keep going, at least for a short while. Maybe at the next break, I will put it in storage. I don't know. I'm really torn about that helmet. There's a lot of good stuff in it. But it is a whole 20-point drop in the level requirement, and we lose additional lightning resistance on top of that. Well, no. Coin, let's calm down a second. Let's realize that the Ort rune is giving extra lightning resistance. And we're getting 12% pierce from the augment. That's what's happening. So we would be able to augment this with the Blade Ward powder. I'm not sure about the Ort rune. That may change with that helmet. Something to mention, there's no epic or legendary for Zenith classes since they're so overpowered already. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing. It's like there aren't native legendaries. It's what you get with the Smith. And I could definitely tell that Scintillist is extremely powerful. So I'm not sure what to do. Half of me wants it, half of me doesn't want it. If I do take the helmet, the build most likely changes. And of course, if the build does change, like we change damage type significantly, I'll put that in the description. I'll make sure I put that in the commands and all that fun stuff. I won't be lying to you with the resources I have at my disposal. At least I don't want to anyway. Now, if I forget, that's a different story. And it's not like we even get anything particularly that good off of the helmet. I also just have to consider the set bonus all on its own. One of the major reasons I did take the OA's set is because of the bonuses to Scintillist skills. So I don't know if that makes it better than the helmet I'm wearing. Which just leads me to say, it's all interesting stuff, folks. A single piece of gear can change your outlook on a build completely. Speaking of outlooks on builds, I thought I spotted it earlier. When we were having that discussion about transmuters earlier, or about net components, this is what I was talking about, what we were talking about. For those who don't know, the amulets get a transmuter component in Dawn of Masteries that converts half the damage of one type to another type. I use converters in my Nosferatu-centered build, where there's a lot of Aether damage going on, and I really only care about the vitality damage, so I do convert damage types there. It's used as a build enabler. You lose out on a lot of... Yes, fresh blood for the blood god. We're in a random tomb, and I do not know the significance of... I know this is the tomb of Korvac. I'm not sure if this tomb is important later. And if I remember correctly in my playthrough, this was about the point where I stopped. Maybe a little bit, maybe in a little bit of not a higher capacity, what am I trying to say? I might have stopped a little bit further than this tomb, but this was the last thing I remember doing in any detail. before all of my playthroughs just do not keep up with it anymore. It would effectively be a first-time experience. If I remember correctly, Korvac is one of the gods in the setting of Cairn. And if I remember correctly again, I believe Korvac was sealed away, or he became maddened. I know it's something that the Forgotten Gods touch upon in great detail, because many of the skills from Oathkeeper talk about Korvac and the three witch gods. And I'm sure there are more exciting lore bits, lore details in the stuff in the Forgotten Gods. I do not know if I want to go ahead of you guys in like a different playthrough so that I know what I'm talking about, or if I allow the playthrough to proceed organically and you get the real first time experience. I don't know. I do not know which one would be better. So far, I've kind of treated this like a semi LP where I know what I'm doing to a good degree, and the conversations either change up what we're doing, change up the build because we're learning new information all the time, or I completely blanked on my thought. You will find out how Korvac's doing when you're playing the Forgotten Gods DLC. That much I know for sure. That we will get a bigger picture of how the gods are involved in the goings on in Cairn. Like, did the gods allow this to happen, or was there some force subduing the gods? Is it a case like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where the gods are not quite these omnipotent beings? They have finite powers. They have finite spheres of influence. And the gods can be killed, like anything else in this world. There's a good chunk of debate going into divinity, like the concept of godhood, and how one goes about proving godhood, disproving godhood. It's really interesting stuff. For example, one thing that's debated all the time, and I'm doing my best to stay away from religion in these contexts, but inevitably it cannot be. We're already encroaching upon the subject as is, so I'll try to keep the touch light. The omnipotence paradox is one such paradox, where basically the paradox is a god in question can only act within the maximum capacity of their nature, and usually the scripted question is, can a god create a stone? Can a truly omnipotent god create a stone that they themselves cannot lift? Like, the omnipotence principle probably doesn't hold up too well for gods of specific spheres that have finite influence, but for the Abrahamic ones, the question is often asked, can the Lord, can God create a stone they are not capable of lifting? Are they capable of creating a task that they themselves cannot do? It's really interesting theory, or really interesting debate. Some sides clearly say if that is the case, then no god is omnipotent. And in other cases, they say the paradox itself creates the case for gods being omnipotent. Without getting further into the discussion, the point I make about it is, I'm interested to know in where exactly do Cairn's gods fall on the spectrum? Are they truly these omnipotent things that can do whatever those who profess the faith in them say they can do, and they cannot be killed? Or are they these mortal vessels or semi-immortal vessels that could be killed under specific circumstances, engineered only by other gods? Or can they be killed like any mortal? And in which case godhood is more like a barrier to achievement rather than a state of being. Like anyone can be a god at this or that. I'm really curious, and I suppose we'll get to find out in the Forgotten Gods, which I am looking forward to. This game has just so much content in it. And I really have to give praise to, I have to give praise to Create Entertainment. Because in a game about dystopian, Lovecraftian horror elements, you go from, well, whether or not you believe in the gods doesn't really matter, because the fact of the matter is we have these extraplanar beings who do exist, and they are assaulting our very livelihoods. And if we don't do something, whether or not the gods are involved, that says more about you than it does them. Oh my goodness, the story of the gods is super important, and if we don't get to the bottom of it, peace may never be restored in Cairn as we know it. Your devotion tree does contain many gods. Also, speaking of devotion tree, thanks for the reminder. When it's safer, I'll put a point in something. I think we should be finishing up the Rowan's constellation. Should be. Don't remember 100%. Are you ghouls ever gonna stop? Goodness. Alright. I believe we also leveled. Let's put a point in spirit. Gotta keep that up. And let's put points in frost armor. With the strength of ice. Granted, we're not gonna really be able to use the cold damage out of this. Other than Ice Bomb. It really is more for the defensive a bit. Actually, that's a good point. This gave armor before. It's not giving armor now. What? I have to look at this. I could have swore I remember hovering over it, and there was armor involved. That could change the build a good deal. Is there armor anywhere else in this tree? I sure hope so. we may have a mastery for which we effectively have no function other than Ice Bomb. Elemental armoring. That's damage. Yeah, I remember this granting armor, and it no longer does. I guess that must have been a change implemented by the patch. We're gonna have to fix that. We've been trying so hard to get this skill, and when it updates, it doesn't contain physical armor anymore. That is so wild. I would love to know what precipitated the change. Maybe it was just what am I trying to say? The only thing you're gaining from frost armor is the slow resist. Right, and there's absolutely no reason to take it if the slow resist is the only thing we're getting. So we want to take the points out of that. Well, folks, I can't say that this wasn't, Now we have to do that again. Great. And, the DA, of course. I hope we don't have to re-level. Folks, be aware that playing with mods, this is a good time to say it, that, mods can and do make your games more unstable, just on their own. It doesn't matter what kind of bug fixes are there. Anything. that a mod does can make your game unstable. So don't be surprised if you get the occasional glitch or crash or what have you. Something of which we will have to be aware of when we're playing Elix. I have a mod package set up for Elix when we get ready to play. And that mod package, I'm pretty sure it auto-saves. It should, so we should still have, yeah, we have the 3 points. Good to know. Thank you for that. Still, my TSA on that stands. Always be careful with your mods. Don't come into it expecting a supremely stable experience. Granted, I think if Grimace were turned off, we'd probably be fine. It's because Grimace just turned on and there's a bunch of scripts firing in the background that makes the game a little bit more likely to crash, at least in case of Grim Dawn. As for Skyrim or, say, Fallout New Vegas, the Gamebryo engine is a hot pile of garbage at points, and you're always going to crash in Bethesda titles unless their name is Starfall. Then I don't know. But in general, if you play mods, definitely don't expect the most stable experience. Alright, we want to talk to... is it Sybil? I think it's Sybil. Sedina. Why did I think it was Sybil? I don't know. That's 2 points. Alright. Now, we have to figure out the new skill. So, the only reason I was taking Frost Armor is because of the physical resistance. I strongly recommend you max out your Elementalist base stat first. We probably will. And if we do that, we don't have room for extra skills. We're kind of stuck with what we've got. I guess let's do it. 2 points in that. I think the points cap out at 94, right? At least if we're following both DLCs correctly, it should be 94. You stop getting points. This is where I'm kind of remembering a previous conversation we've had, and I'm really struggling to remember the exact contents. What can I say? I'm human. My memory isn't perfect. I wish I'd wrote it down, if I'm being quite honest with you. And I'm just going to take time to clear out a single tab of inventory. Inventory auto sort. Too bad it only does it per tab. I wish there was like a sort all button for this. You only get one per level around 90? Okay. So you aren't absolutely certain of that either, as I see the question mark. I guess we get to find out together, if you aren't already... Or maybe you're not remembering off the top of my head. Off the top of your head. Not super important. The point is, at 91 points. So I guess we might still have time to get a skill in there. Going at a rate of 2. See, we're at what, 27? Yeah, we'll have time to get one other skill. And if not, what can I can't say I didn't try for math. In terms of calculating the math. Oh well. And I guess we'll go ahead and deposit all of the components as well before we move on. Or, in fact, we're going to have to redo that again. Yuck. This might be where one of those rifts get to come in handy, folks. Which one would be the closest? I think, based on where we are, maybe the current one? I'd have to remember where the Tomb of Korvac is in relation to the world map, which isn't very good at revealing detailed instances. Let's take a look. So we have Asterkarn Road, we have the Mountains Rift, we have the Road Rift. Where we at the road? I guess let's go to a rift where we have been and figure it out. Right, we were here. This is Astrakarn Road. I don't think we were at the valley yet. Let's see. If I'm in a sea of... Nope, we have been here. Okay, good. Think our tomb was right here. Man, these rifts are... Well, actually, the new rifts only come into play as we come across them. So kind of a meaningless little exchange of thought. Get away from me, Gabal Foon. Visage of Miseries. Get... Also like how we're still getting epics. Nice. We'll have... If we get to level... I doubt we're going to get to level 75 today. But if we do, or if we have time at end of stream, which I might make 15 minutes to do, I'll take a look at gear. And we'll talk about what our next plans should be. Depends on whether or not we get through the Tomb of Korvac. So now is probably a good time to check in with folks. See how they're doing. You guys enjoying the gameplay so far? We're gonna get away from you. Are you guys enjoying the gameplay? Do you guys like the lore and story you're experiencing? I'm probably not doing the best at entertainment, but typically with games like this, they do at least a little bit of the entertaining for me. Suppose I could probably do better by making sure I have a script of things I want to talk about. I try not to write scripts for streams. Even in LPs, I try to rely on past play to sort of guide my narration, what I'm choosing to talk about. But a script would probably go a long way toward making sure we don't go off track. And I can always refer to my scripts if I get lost on what I want to talk about. Chilling? Chilling. Gameplay, story, or something else entirely? Or do you mean chilling as in relaxing? In either case, hopefully my stream is having its intended effect. I'll go ahead and preface that I am not a Markiplier. I am not a Jacksepticeye. I am not a super hype individual. And I don't have a problem with that kind of content. Do what works for you. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. We only have one life in this world to live, as far as we know, and I don't want to really get picky with what people want to do. But if you're coming expecting, and this is just for anyone, if you're coming and expecting I don't know, bubbly, happy all the time, you're probably not gonna get that. Just because I can't fake that kind of a persona for forever. That's exhausting. I may be a chatty individual, and I can talk with people for long hours if I know what I'm talking about. I'm an extrovert, which means I like interaction with people. So I definitely know what I'm talking about when I say I have no problem chatting with people. I just can't be asked to do it in a guise of a personality or not. And of course, I say this knowing full well that the content of those two gentlemen I just named, those two content creators, game, do not do this to me, has changed, and they're still jovial, but they're jovial with a purpose. They aren't just jovial because they feel as though they have to be. They've sort of matured out. But still, the point I make is I don't offer that kind of experience, and as much as I wish I could, I would feel very tired afterwards. It would actually probably make me not want to stream, because I wouldn't want to put up personas for that long. I can do it for a few hours, but there's got to be something in it for me. And while the interaction with folks is generally enough, I can't do it forever. So instead, I try to be my authentic self. I try to be introspective. I'm a very introspective individual. I like to take time and reflect about my decisions and where they've led. I'm not always the happiest, bubbliest person, but I hope I come across as real and not just I'm trying to do an LP. At least that's my intention. Ultimately, entertainment in medium like this is something of an art. And art is interpretive. Art is meant just as much for the beholder of the art to interpret the piece and come to an understanding as to what it is as the artists themselves. And by that, I mean, I can't really control how other people interpret what I do. So it's best not to harp on it. Let other people come to the conclusions they're going to come to. If they ask for what the official interpretation of a piece is, they can ask. Or, you know, the stated direction of the LP, ask. I'll be more than happy to answer. But if my answer is not to your satisfaction, you are free to interpret what I'm doing in any way you wish. Because that's the human perspective. That's human nature for you. We're natural interpreters. It's why I don't necessarily agree with the... How do I word this? Nicely. Politely. There's a old musing in Christianity as it relates to early U.S. history in the 17th and 18th century, where people did not, the common person was not allowed to interpret scripture. It was considered, it was blasphemous. And the reason that is because people at the time not only couldn't read, many people were illiterate, even as the printing press even as the printing press was being developed and books were being made. But it was also said that if people came up with their own interpretations of what the scripture said, that person was sinning, or was a vessel for sin. Kind of similar to idle hands make for the devil's work. And I don't agree with that. Because only by actually interpreting verse for yourself can you come to an understanding of the contents of the Bible. You have to read it for yourself. Now, I'm not trying to proselytize. The point I make is this. I don't agree with artists who forcefully try to define the piece, to define their pieces and say that's what it means. It's one thing to stare at the sculpture of a bear and say, ah, yes, it is a bear. There's nothing more to be said than that. Something like the Mona Lisa, however, demands interpretation. Because there are many profound things you could say about Mona Lisa. And the history that results from the Mona Lisa being painted. For example, was Leonardo da Vinci actually painting himself? Or was he painting a lover? Now, there are manuscripts that can help answer that question. But if you're just looking at the painting of Mona Lisa and trying to come up with a suitable interpretation of why the artist painted it, Leonardo is dead. You cannot ask the man what he thought he was painting, nor would he have actually, I am on the wrong hotbar. You cannot ask the artist what they thought or why they painted the piece. We'll never get it. We'll never get an answer. You have to rely on things that Leonardo might have wrote. And those may be under tight curation, safekeeping, or lost to the four winds. Lost to time, lost to erosion, lost due to secrecy. You may never get an answer. So you're left with the interpretation. You're left with what you think. That's what I'm talking about. Artists who try to define their pieces in a way where there is no room for interpretation. And it isn't just art, it's also music and other stuff. You especially get this in music sometimes, where the artist really wants to define their script. The musician wants to define their script as specifically talking about X or Y. Now, if you're trying to get this is what they mean with the musical piece, then yes, that's the official interpretation, but you can interpret it however you want. Just don't go around spouting it as official interpretation or say, no, this is what definitively the song is talking about. No, you can't do that. For the same reason, the artist shouldn't really try to sell the meaning of their piece quite so much as the musician who is trying to define and come up with the lyrics to their songs. Because art is meant just as much for the listener or the beholder to interpret and come to their own conclusions as it is for the artist or the musician to set the expectation. It's a two-way system, is the point I want to make. And I feel like with streaming and content creation, it's the same. It operates in the same manner. Like, yes, you could define your content and say, this is what you're playing. This is why I want to play it and why I want to show it to you. Like with the trip south. There's a particular reason why I wanted to demonstrate those 3 bits of text. Because they're pretty profound and really highlight the game's... it highlights the writing. The effort and the amount of care that went into writing that. They didn't have to do that. They could have let the Astrakhan Mountains and road and valley be these, formless wastes. GTFO, get to the next rift as soon as possible. There's nothing for you to find here. It's a wasteland. They could have easily done that. And no one would have really shamed Crate Entertainment enough to make them change their ways for Grim Dawn or make them go back and add new things. But the fact that they took the time to care says a lot. It really does. To return back to the contents of the previous conversation and relate the two, we're free to interpret whatever we want out of the stuff we find. I can tell you the reasons why I show it to you, but you, as the viewer, are the one who comes up with why you're choosing to stay and listen. And you and I, collective you and myself, can have two entirely different interpretations over what we're experiencing in real time. Like with the trip south, we didn't exactly get the same. We didn't exactly get different interpretations what was happening in what was happening, but two people had two entirely different conclusions to draw from who was writing the piece, right? Who the in-game author of that story actually was. And there's also plenty of room between those two interpretations we experienced on stream to have a third one, and that is, we don't know who wrote it. That's also equally compelling. We don't know who wrote it. It could have just as easily been someone who was sitting there staring in the shadows. That's the beauty of art. You're allowed to interpret it any way you want. But some interpretations, the counter argument here, is that some interpretations have more ground, more merit to them than others. If you want to be taken seriously, Your interpretation can't be too far from they can't be too far from what the script actually says, because humans are narrative chronological creatures. We require events be told in a certain order for them to make sense. How do we know that we're chronological creatures? Because other animals are not. For example, dogs' memories are, and I hope people are okay with me spouting random facts here, but dog memories are associative. Dog memories are associated by smell. They don't have color vision, so any chance of associating something through color is a meaningless exercise for a dog. They don't even do it. And dog memory, in terms of trying to chronologically associate events, they can't really do it either. Their memory fades in about 2 seconds. That's right. There's a dog disciplining tactic where dog owners will show their dogs like places that they've urinated or defecated on in order to tell the dog not to do it again. And I'm making a point out of this, I promise. The dog owner might think the dog will remember what it's been shown and will go about its business. But for anyone who's an actual expert in dogs, or who's had the good fortune of reading the articles that veterinarians and dog trainers have actually wrote, it accomplishes an entirely different thing. And that is building up association by sound and smell. If they associate harsh sounds with bad smells, they don't want to be doing anything in association with the bad smell and the harsh noise. They don't want it. And that's just simply how dog brains work. There's no well, this is why the dog might have an aversion to this bad smell. No, it's just their nature. And most dog owners are probably not even aware that they're taking advantage of dog psychology to get the dog to do what they want them to do. They're thinking that it's chronological, when in fact it's nothing of the sort. It is purely because you've associated a bad smell with a bad experience and a bad sound, and the dog doesn't want it again. So it remembers by the association of smell. That's how their synapses fire up. It's really fascinating material. It's something that I had to learn in, I wouldn't say great detail, but enough to know when I was house sitting for some folks. They have dogs. They have 3 different dogs of 3 different breeds. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, how am I going to get these dogs? They play nice with each other, but, you know, how am I going to be able to effectively dog sit and house sit at the same time when you have dogs with such different personalities and such different inclinations? That's when I decided, if I'm going to do a good job, and I'll just shrug my hands and say, okay, I don't know what to do. I know how dogs generally work. And I kind of need to know. But if something goes wrong, I don't know what I'm doing. I decided I would read for myself. And what I found was fascinating. Unfortunately, as much as I haven't even taken a break, and I wanted to take another one, I gotta go answer nature's call. We're going to park a rift right here, and we're gonna go back to Devil's Crossing so I don't die in here. I gotta go answer nature's call, which in fancy words means I gotta go to the bathroom. That's my trade phrase for it. I gotta go answer nature's call. So I don't know how long this break is going to be. Sometimes I take longer than 5 on the toilet because I'm really feeling it. But definitely feel free to take a break for at least 5 minutes. Go stretch, get a snack, do something that you enjoy, or play along if that's what people are doing. Anything. And I will see you at the end after the end of this much necessary bio break. I am back. Whew. I am so sorry about that. Sometimes nature calls. Sometimes nature beckons you over. And when nature beckons you over, you really gotta listen. Oh, that felt awful. But I'm glad it's behind me now. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Gotta go see you next Grim Dawn stream. Grim Dawn stream. Alright, I'm the winner. I know you're not here to hear this, but if you do hear it on the VOD, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate all of your expertise and help. It really has changed the nature of the build. Just in terms of what we're doing now versus later. Since I've come back, and since you have started attending the streams, the build feels better than ever, and I feel more ready to conquer challenges than ever before. So I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your evening, if nothing else. What we're going to do now is take a quick opportunity to just clear out our inventory of any and all items not related to what we're doing. I will pack an ancient heart with me. I typically started doing packing an ancient heart and taking it with me at around this timetable. Let's go ahead and sort these. Just in case I came across the shrine, I was ready for it. But I don't think we will, and even if we do, it sounds like we have to go to the end of the game to get the materials. In either case, I am at least going to show up prepared. Also, I really do want to apologize for the long bathroom break. I was really hoping it wasn't going to take forever, but it was bad enough that I had to sit on the pot, and when I get to having to go, and you know you're sitting on the pot instead of standing up to do business, that is when I typically pull out the phone, begin scrolling, and wait for my body to finish what it's doing. Trying not to get descriptive or graphic or anything, just that I really had to go, and my stomach and my body is not kind to me. I had cereal for lunch today, and I really gotta watch how much cereal I'm eating, because I still feel kind of bloaty, just a little bit, just a little. Sorry, I caught 2 sneezes just now. Wow, we have so many materials that we have 1,000 materials in some cases. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. We're gonna go ahead and make sure we are sifting our inventory as desired. You really want to make sure you're cleaning up inventory as you get it. You don't want to be waiting to do this. Otherwise, you'll have to at some point. You won't just... Okay, we got rid of the blueprint. You don't want to try to catch up with inventory management. You want to do it where you can. It's just not always the easiest thing to do, because it's boring. It's tedious. No one wants to do that stuff. You want to be playing the game. You want to be zapping foes and ripping them apart. You want to be shooting them and shredding them to I don't know, bits. You don't want to be managing inventory, but it is a necessary evil of the game. Absolutely necessary. And it is worth your time to do eventually, because if you have a good inventory management system, which I would not call what I have good, by the way, I would just call it as it exists. If you manage your inventory well, you will know exactly where stuff is, and you know how to get to it. Where was that epic helmet? I know we had it earlier. Oh no, did I break it down? No, it's right here. It's right here. We're gonna set that to the side. Because it may become necessary to wear it. Just a little. It may also become necessary to convert our lightning to fire. Just so we don't run into issues if we convert gear. Don't know. In either case, we're not here to really manage that right now. We have a tomb to explore. The tomb of Korvac, the tomb of a dead god, or a mad god, whichever way you want to put it. We're here to explore in a dangerous domain. Too bad there's no like real actual music. It's just ambient noise, but it makes sense. We're in a tomb. There really shouldn't be anything besides ambience. That doesn't mean I like it, though. I definitely prefer having music on in the background. You can only take ambient noise so much. Though, with the way copyright protections are these days, you really can only have game music and game ambience on in the background, and it's up to you to transform the silence into something meaningful. I had a debate video where I tried to have music in the background on Twitch, and that got copyrighted. It was classical music. I searched for lists that were royalty, copyright free, that it really worked. Got muted anyway. So I have learned that even with your debates, you just can't have anything that isn't really yours, that doesn't like belong to a source of what you're doing. So like the game audio is fine, but like having music in the background doesn't really work. Unless you just accept that Twitch mutes all of it. And it becomes unusable for VOD collection purposes. Which I think the debate series will unfortunately go down that route as not being able to be salvageable. I'm going to do this. Beautiful. I love when a good plan comes together. Are we done with the tomb? I could have swore we had more stuff with this tomb to do. Oh, game, don't sell me now on an experience and then pull it away. Actually, give me a tomb. Give me something worth a challenge. There's a crypt entrance. Is this a challenge dungeon? I guess we're gonna find out. Because I see all this unused space. We have like a hidden area that we can't access. Okay, Tomb of Korvac, you have me intrigued. What is this unknown space that we have before us? Where the interior meets the snowy exterior. What is this portion? Apparently nothing we can access. Alright. Let's see what the crypt interior has then. That's the only other way we can go besides out. If we find a challenge dungeon, I'm going to be really surprised and also super excited. I hope people are sincerely enjoying the stream. I know it's a question I've already asked, and I'm not really looking for an answer, as people have already had the opportunity to answer. It's moreover I want to talk about it, because it's something that bothers me, is the fact that you can never really be sure in today's society that people enjoy what you're doing, like enough to stick around. Because people will just leave it in the background as noise and not bother to talk to you afterwards. No whispers, no comments, nothing. In Twitch, that's all you have, is nothing. In YouTube, I'm at least grateful that there are comments afterwards. Okay, I guess it takes us back outside. I think... Let's run through it one more time. Not the whole thing, but... yeah, I suppose that's it. There is something else in here. I wouldn't know. That's probably not where the, Rune Stone of Mogdragon is.
It's only the beginning.
Is it? I don't think so, game. I think death is usually the end. Well, that's not true. I believe in an afterlife, but... what shape that afterlife takes, I'm not 100% sure. I know what I believe in, but... that's not verifiable. It's just something you either have faith in or you don't. Where are we on this map? We're in the valley. We're getting closer to the Tomb of the Archon. Which is good, because things are kind of going to be culminating to a head there, aren't they? Oh. I love being able to simply destroy enemies. And we're back to seeing Grobles. Actually, we never left seeing Grobles. We just saw a bunch of furry beasts for a while, and all of a sudden, none of that. We're back to regular beastkin, rift spawns, Chthonians, insects. We're back to a motley list. This shrine I never reached. I definitely know we're at a point where I have never been. I've never played. Part of me really wants to play ahead so that we can, I can make sure I'm staying on top of knowledge. But part of me also really just wants to get a fresh experience. I don't know. I guess one bit of homework I'd like you guys to do in the comments is, you guys will have a week, maybe 2 weeks. Is what do you guys want to see? Do you guys want a genuine experience, or do you want an LP that is consistent from start to finish? That you know the author knows exactly where they intend to take you? I'm okay with either answer, or, you know, no answer. I'll operate with or without one, but I'm just curious what other people think. Is this a series where you want a genuine experience? Like a genuine first-timer's experience, and not just, you know, the streamer always knows where you're going. This is an LP, so this is definitely intended to be somewhat of a hand-holdy experience, like, yes, I'm showing you where all these things are, but this is the chance where there's less or more of that going on. I hope I've made my question clear. If not, I guess I have my communication skills to work on. That didn't take long. One nice thing about our build, it shreds. It slaps. Even. It slaps. Now, if only that helped us figure out where the Tomb of the Archon is. We've already made more progress than I know what to do with. I'm not letting you get a hold of me that easily, game. You're gonna have to do a little bit better than sending charging mook at me. That might have gotten me 20 or 30 levels ago. It isn't getting me now. We still haven't explored what was before the rift, so we're gonna do that first. Ooh, a blueprint. A green blueprint, but it is a blueprint. May or may not be usable. It could also just be useless chaff in Dawn of Masteries. Okay. And I'm hoping that Fort Ikon, if nothing else, sends us back here. Like, hey, we have some unresolved business. We'd like to see it finished. And we think you're just the person for it. It'd also let you prove yourself to the Black Legion. Because after all, the only experience of the Black Legion we have is Captain Somer. If that's a captain, that ain't a lieutenant or a colonel or, you know, anyone higher up on the food chain. In the chain of command, so to speak. I'm interested in knowing more about the chain of command. Over as soon as I click the button. I'm choosing to spare you guys. You don't have to follow me. Also, another 200 to 300 drop frames. I really need to stop talking about drop frames. That's not a helpful discussion. That's streamer trying to allay their fears, or commenting on overhead that nobody can do anything about. Humans are natural problem solvers. We like actually solving problems. We don't want to continually deal with them. Unless it's just a sad reality of life. Most humans want to be able to resolve problems eventually, one way or another. Generations and generations of people get tired of being under the yoke of everyday problems. Like, imagine if we didn't have to deal with, you know, food shortages and energy crises. We would be just fine. We would be much happier as a species. And that's about as much as I want to comment on without getting caught into a dystopian, you know, getting caught into discussions regarding dystopia. I don't want to be thinking about that. Although maybe eventually we kind of all have to. Dystopian futures. Lovecraftian horror. You're gonna get it all here first at Grim Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want the modded experience, if you want to feel like a Billy BA, I think Dawn of Masteries is gonna be your mod choice. The Grimmarillion also does a good job. But the Grimmarillion is a subset of Dawn of Masteries. So if you're playing Grimmarillion, really you could be playing this. I guess if you want better balance, go for Grimmarillion. But if you want to, you know, F up and cut heads, this is how you're gonna do it. I'm trying to think of the quote. It's for Licentia Black. Licentia Black is a Wabajack list. For Skyrim has adult mods in it. I think like the selling mark for Licentia at one point was like I'm just a guy who wants to F babes and cut heads, something like that. I know, that's why I'm not actually using the curse word. I'm just allowing people to infer it. But that is the selling line. And if you're a person who wants a high power fantasy and you don't mind the adult nods, then Licentia is where it's at. It's a Skyrim either special ed or anniversary edition mod. Wabbajack mod compilation. Are we stumbling across a fight scene? Oh, never mind. We made it to Fort Ikon. Okay. I did not think we were making it to Fort Ikon today. I don't know the first thing about Fort Ikon. So I'm hoping we get to learn together. But apparently the one section of Fort Ikon is being fought over by, you know, the heretics and zealots of the Order of Death's Vigil and Kaiman's Chosen. If I had a choice not to engage with either faction, I think I've already mentioned this, but I'll mention it again for good posterity. I wouldn't do it. I would allow those two factions to just tear each other up, and they would have to figure out the, they would have to figure out what to do with themselves. Oh, right. These are Kaiman's Chosen, right over here. Is this a base of operations, Kaiman? Or is this just another crypt? Tomb of Archon Bartholom. Ah, yes. I remember. We are competing for the Sacred Ashes. We are competing to either save the ashes or guard the ashes. If you're part of the Order of Death's Vigil, you are probably trying to make sure that Kaiman's Chosen don't interfere with your ritual. But we're not with the Order of Death's Vigil. We are in fact with we're with Kaiman's Chosen. We're trying to clear out this tomb of Archon Bartholom, so that we may claim the, reclaim the holy site. That's basically what we're doing. We're reclaiming the holy site. And I think we'll have time to do just that. Alright, Order of Death's Vigil. I don't want to actively oppose your master, but I can't let you desecrate the site of, or someone's resting place for ritual. It had better be a particularly good one. Does Rotting Corpse have a note on it? No, not even close. Huh. Will we bump into Urubaruk here? At Fort Ikon, at the tomb of Archon Bartholom? I don't know. The thought of it could be particularly interesting. After all, we've not had the good fortune of meeting. We've had the fortune of following up on the actions of Urubaruk in Eastmarch. Kind of like how you have the option to do so in Kaiman's Retreat. You find a passage. I've never found the second one. I have no idea where that is. I'm waiting with bated breath. I'm waiting with bated breath for how the events here are going to play out. I have no idea what to select. as a prompt or a response. Nothing of the sort. One thing is for sure, if we were like, you know, we were annoying to the Death's Vigil before, they're gonna be on high alert for us afterwards. They're not gonna want to let us do as we please any further. And there will be no mutual misunderstandings. We'll just be hated enemies. And there won't be a thing we can do about it. Not one. Alright. I hate it. This is the part of the game I would say I actively dislike. Well, I don't actively dislike the setup. I actively dislike not being given, like, a third choice. You have to pick. Because it's clear we need their expertise for the larger picture. But I would really have loved a scenario where we could force the two groups to temporarily cooperate. Like maybe we could pick out, maybe we could have had the opportunity to pick out some of the lesser committed members of the Order of Death's Vigil and Kaiman's Chosen, and they could have formed the bulk of a new third party, but it's just me wanting to be a centrist in many respects. That is me wanting to maintain neutrality until it's not a choice anymore. I don't know. I guess this is a good time to ask. How do people generally view the policy of neutrality? Like, ideally, in an ideal world, you would never have to be neutral. And the reason I say that is because in an ideal world, you could focus on doing the right things for people without having to worry about powers that be. You don't have to worry about who you're going to, you know, tick off, because you'll have the right people on your side to offset the difference. But we don't, in an imperfect world, we do have to deal with you know, ticking off powers that be, or about people who hold a lot of power. Sorry, I'll read that in a second. I want to make sure we're not, you know, waiting. We're not being hit on by Order of Death's Vigil in the meantime. And I know the further I walk, the more I don't get to read, but I think if we walk back far enough, we can take some time to read. Maybe right here, and I'll just keep my eye open. Deceived. Stuck down here in the dark like a rat in a trap. I write these words so that I might have vengeance. It is unlikely that this will be found, but if someone reads this, know that Malvik Brevel is a traitorous cur. I am Nizan and Traze. I'm a foreigner to these lands, and unashamed to say that I am both a thief and an assassin. I tell you this now so you know that I am truthful in my later words. I have been in the secret employ of a wealthy noble, one Malvik Brevel. Most of my work for him was stealing key pieces of information and material for leverage. I have slit the throats of no less than 3 of his rivals or their agents. I broke into the chambers of the man above Malvik and placed certain evidence. This resulted in the man's arrest, allowing Malvik to move into his position of power. None of this is new. Same things happen with wealthy men and scheming nobility the world over. More recently, he bade me to recover an ancestral artifact from his father's tomb. The family signet ring, a thing that should not have been buried, he said, but the argument between father and son led to rash decisions. I care not for the reason, his coin was always good. But I say nothing and let him speak. He went on to say, the tomb is lavished in my family's vast wealth of the ages. Touch nothing. I'm not paying you to plunder my ancestors' tomb. You are to only recover my father's signet ring and return, and make sure you carry a torch. Seldom a light escapes those depths. Do not dare return without the signet. I found the entrance easy enough, but it just revealed stairs into blackness. After lighting a torch, I descended into the tomb and wandered these halls for hours, searching for a single name among these countless thousands of dead. At last I gave up, but I would not leave empty-handed. I was driven to find the wealth Malvek spoke of. I went farther and farther into the darkness. There were some treasures, but nothing of what he hinted at. I pressed on, ignorant of the risk of losing my way back. Once the torch started flickering, I knew, as if I had planned the betrayal myself. Malvek had played me like a fool. His careful choice of words stung at my pride and ensured that I would be driven to find the signet, despite any risks. And the subtle suggestion to bring a single torch, I was a fool to bring just the one. Here I am to stay as I write these final words. Now I see the deception for what it was. Only the elimination of a loose end. My light is done, and so am I. Nazan. Well. Interesting story. I don't know if it has any particular pertinence to the Tomb of Archon Bartholem, but I assume it will become apparent in due time that we'll be dealing with, that we will find out. Ooh, nice. We're gonna park one safety rift right here. I assume we're going to have some kind of boss to fight. Malkadar, champion of Death's Vigil. Probably has nothing to do with the lore we just read. Well, 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 well. That was eventless. I assume that was supposed to be way more trouble than that. Like, we were supposed to have to kite the guy around and he would deal some damage, but our build just kind of shredded that. Absolutely, positively shredded. Here we are at the stairs up. We went around, didn't we? No. This is the crypt entrance. I take that back. This is the crypt entrance. We actually went through here. So I'm hoping we'll find, I'm hoping we'll find a rift soon. Is there supposed to be one at Fort Ikon? But if I have to, I'll call it early. We are kind of going over already. Pushing past stream time is nothing new for me. I've done it many times. Many a sleepless night was caused because I pushed stream time a little bit too eagerly. So I only do it when I have to. This is one of the, could be one of those times, is we don't want to have to carve our way back through the entirety of Fort Ikon again. We don't want to do that. And we're still fighting the Order of Death's Vigil up here. I'm surprised. Surely there had to have been some kind of necromantic ward attached to the Guardian, so they would know if the Guardian were destroyed. That's how a lot of magic has fail-safes. Someone would know that the Guardian would have fallen, and there either should have been people rushing in to defend, or people should have gotten the heck out. Look at hear all of that gunfighting. Don't worry, Kaiman's chosen. I'll be there in just a moment. And I can see that they pretty effectively slaughtered all of the Kaiman's chosen who arrived. We can see who the superior faction is right away, just by looking at this grisly scene of carnage. Maybe we can change that metric today. Also, how am I looking on camera? I think I'm looking all right on camera. Alright, we've pathed around. We've cleaned out part of Fort Ikon. Hopefully we'll find the Legion force somewhere soon. As we are now back to dealing with Aetherials again. And their corrupted machinations. The corrupted Grobels. Come on, Fort Ikon. Show me you got a rift in here. Or we're about to get a grisly scene. Let's do this before it's too late. Don't go in there. The Aetherials have torn open a rift. More are pouring through. Will you be alright? Once things calm down, I'm sure someone will come for me. Don't worry. The Legion takes care of its own. Not yet. It seems the Aetherials aren't done with Fort Ikon. Hopefully we haven't started something... we can't get out of. I guess all that remains is to go inside Fort Ikon. And it doesn't take long for us to spot where supposedly the Legion was to have a base up here. You know, that the Black Legion was separated at Fort Ikon. Maybe this separation did more harm than Captain Somer realizes. And that would be my guess, is maybe Captain Somer just isn't aware of... Oh, well, here's the fort. Alright. Rift Gate is swarming, can't use it. Okay, there is a resistance hold up here. I was getting worried, guys. We have the training dummies. Let's go find ourselves whoever's in charge. Which probably better not be Captain Somer. And it turns out she was like some super secret admiral or something. And I guess we're kind of going further away from the scene of the action, but I need to know what the layout of Fort Ikon is for myself. I need to know it for myself. Not just for you guys, but I have to know it for myself. Black Legion scouting report, Necropolis. Commander Lucius ordered a scouting mission to the north. When I asked what he should be looking for, he almost lost his temper and said anything that might cause a disturbance. His reaction seemed rather out of place and strange. The commander is not known for... Right, it also struck me odd the way he used the word disturbance. I took my scouting squad through the north gate and almost immediately started seeing some ethereal activity. We changed our course and headed for the hills rather than traveling the main road. It took longer, but we avoided large numbers of the ethereal dead. They appeared to be gathering in the north in preparation for an attack. Their numbers have swelled tremendously since my last mission outside the walls. The return trip is going to prove difficult. I sent one of my scouts back to report this information immediately. Heading north, we passed by the necropolis. For the mountaintop, we did not see anything unusual. Stretching as far as we could on our resources, we discovered nothing but the accursed blood cultists everywhere. Avoiding them made our progress slow. We did see one strange thing of note. The cultists appear to be collecting blood in vast quantities and hauling them in wagons filled with large glass cisterns. We followed a bit to see where they were being taken, but were spotted and forced to retreat. First Regimental Scouts of Black Legion, Sergeant Mattias Castellan. Wait, isn't that the guy back at, isn't that the guy who was sitting at Homestead now? We had, like, a Castellan? Praetorian's report. Let's read this. The air reeks of sulfur and smoke. It is difficult to breathe as I write this report. We've been ambushed, facing overwhelming odds. Some kind of ethereal monstrosity has risen up from the earth ahead and is spreading aether fire wherever it passes. I've never seen anything like it. The captain ordered us to punch through the opposition and take out that horrific thing, but he was killed in the initial attack that claimed most of our equipment and troops. The men panicked and we were forced to retreat. I had managed to rally the few that were left, but it had become abundantly clear that we would not survive this. I pulled the battalion back to the entrance and ordered a full retreat to Fort Ikon. With the Aetherials fast approaching, there was not much time to consider our options. Had the quartermaster hand me what was left of our explosive charges, we rigged the tunnel entrance and set them off, effectively sealing the mountain pass and the Aetherials in it. I regret to report that the Twin Falls Bridge destroyed and the tunnel sealed. We are now effectively blocked off from the south, but I will take solace in knowing that the immolation we witnessed will not spread beyond the mountain crags. Praetorian Marcus Eden. Well, before continuing, we're going to talk to Angrim. Ah, it's you again. I trust that my apprentice is making good use of the Malleum in here. How did you make it out here? Well, I traveled north through the wilderness, careful to avoid any settlements that might attract ethereal attention. Eventually stumbled upon a Legion camp enlisted on the spot. And enlisted on the spot. We were recalled back to Fort Ikon several days later. Had a few close calls along the way, but here we are. How are you faring with the hammer? It is a shame that my finest work is behind me, but I can still procure fine armor and weapons for these brave men and women. I do the best I can with what I've got. Interesting. And we have fascia, commonly good looks. Commonly good looks.
Iron well spent.
How about useless iron spent? This isn't a good time. We have an incursion to deal with.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
The Black Legion. We have 2 quartermasters for the Black Legion, right?
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
I don't think so. Weapons Master Edric. I'm sorry, I have to take inventory of what we have left following the attack. Perhaps another time.
Safe storage.
Smuggler. Let's put our stuff in there.
It's safe with me. Promise.
What about Spellbreaker Moira? Moira of the Spellbreaker Division at your service. What is a Spellbreaker? We are Legion-sanctioned arcanists specialized in disrupting enemy spellcasters. Our primary duty is the nullification and elimination of enemy arcane capabilities. With the ethereal threat growing, our ranks are stretched far too thin. We have 1 point available, which we will put in physique. We need it. And we have 2 points that we will put into stats, because we desperately need those. Alright,
Prepare
Ogrim.
yourself. The nightmare buried underneath the necropolis is all too real.
I have more questions. You seem unusually shaken by the Logarian's return. It's nothing. Just sad to discover that such evil can never truly be contained. If I get too emotional during the fighting, just hand me a handkerchief. Oh, one of these debonair types. You say this thing has been summoned before? Yes, many centuries ago at the Battle of Ikon. Nobody knows for sure whether it was the Chthonians performing a last desperate maneuver, or perhaps the Logarian was drawn to all the spilled blood, but the results were catastrophic. And now we know what the real purpose behind the necropolis was. To contain it. Plan of action? I'm preparing an elite team to infiltrate the necropolis and take the enemy by surprise from the inside. Speak to Creed for more details when you're ready. Alright, I think we'll talk to Creed, and then we'll call it good from here.
Good, you've arrived. Things here are in worse shape than I thought.
Yup. Could have fooled me. Things looked really bad in here. What happened?
Betrayal, sabotage, call it what you will. We've been attacked from within. The Aetherials, it seems, have gotten a hold of the commander.
He's been possessed.
Precisely. Based on the reports, Commander Lucius has been sending our men out on futile missions, thinning out the force's defenses. Then, once the watch was sufficiently weak, he opened the gates allowing the Aetherials to pour in. He was not counting on human ingenuity, however. Weapons Master Edric collapsed the front gates with some explosives, cutting off the enemy's forces. When we arrived with reinforcements from the south, the coward Lucius fled into the armory. Until those gates are cleared, we are stuck here. I need you to enter the armory and recover what's left of the heavy explosives. Use them to clear the rubble. But beware of Lucius. He has shed his human disguise in favor of a monstrous form, which I cannot even begin to describe. You will likely have to deal with him to get to the explosives.
It will be done.
Have you recovered the armory is on the north side of Fort Ikon. Do not tarry.
Alright, and we have more quests. As you could probably guess, this fort has seen better days. It's going to take every able-bodied man and woman to bring Fort Ikon back to its former glory. Care to lend a hand? What do you need? I need someone to enter the armory and recover what's left of our scrap and building materials. The supplies were originally designated for Homestead, but with the recent attacks, we can't afford to spare any resources. After Lucius opened the gate and Aetherials started pouring through, I had no choice but to collapse our own gates with explosives. The repairs will take weeks, but we can't get started without those supplies. Unfortunately, the possessed commander has fled into the armory, perhaps to finish sabotaging what's left of our arsenal. I hear you were experienced with dealing with Aetherials, so I was hoping you could look into this matter. Sure, absolutely. Any other quests? I think this is the motley crew right here. Because we have the emissary down here. It's just stationed outside Fort Ikon. And we don't have anyone on this side. And we have the prison. Alright, I think this is a good place to call it. We're gonna... When we come back next Friday... Again, sorry for starting late. When we come back next Friday, we are going to tackle Fort Ikon. And get ready to put it into Commander Lucius. We've seen him around as like a random boss, but now we get to see Commander Lucius for real. And hopefully shred him to little tiny bits and pieces. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me for, you know, today's stream. I really do appreciate it. I'm thankful. It means a lot. Anytime I get where I'm talking to a real person, even if it is just, you know, chatting on a screen, chatting between a screen and my voice, it really does help with the building insanity that comes from talking to yourself. I'm good at talking to myself, but I usually tire out within the half hour. I don't even have conversations with myself. But I have a limit. 20, 30 minutes. And then I'm back to silence. With only my own inner monologue to keep me company. Even on stream, typically I have at least someone to talk to. When you're talking to yourself, it gets lonely. You realize just how profound, how profoundly taxing streaming is on a social person. You really do. As always, if you guys like this content, and you haven't done so already, feel free to subscribe. Lets me know that you like it. We're in this for the long haul, baby. Absolutely for the long haul. And we're going to be playing it 3 times now. as we've just learned. Make sure your notifications are turned on. All of them, and not just personalized. That way you don't miss any content that we do on stream on Fridays. If you guys want to check out other content, I highly recommend visiting the YouTube page and clicking on the little Twitch icon there. I might even have the Twitch TV profile in the description, which is the first place you should go in a YouTube video after a stream VOD after it's done and it's being preserved. Check the description. I have useful stuff for you in there. I also do my best to try to summarize the plot as we're advancing into it. So at the bottom will be where all the links are, and toward the middle and top will be where we're describing the build and plot. So read the description carefully. You will find the links, I promise. If you guys want to see more content and you want it sooner than next Friday, stop by twitch.tv/coinstamp. I don't have a number by my name anymore. It is just Coinstamp. We play Elden Ring on Sundays, and will presumably be Mass Effect on Wednesdays. That'll be a fun series to dig deep into. I'm gonna enjoy it. Can't wait. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Any of the other bits of shilling I really want to do are best handled by the links. Check the links, which are in the description. Check the description. It's the first place you should look. The description. Promise. Sorry, I tried the whole fat guy thing, where you really emphasize fat guy 407 thing, where you emphasize the description. I'm hoping there was a clear reference to him there. Great content creator. Check him out. He does Paper Mario related things. Well, with that, I will see you guys next Friday, or Sunday if you want to stop by and check out the Twitch content. It's really not any different than what I do here. It's just you got more chat features available, and following even gets you free emotes. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could call me any of those three things, and this has been an episode of Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries, episode 13. And with that, I will see you guys next time. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Take care, and bye-bye.